Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Here we go. Wow, who's going to get it? He's flying. Lucy Charles-Barkley, the focus in her eyes is unparalleled. He's found the power.
I've got goosebumps. This is the bit that gets me.
He's so happy. Look at him. He's in disbelief.
To the Ironman banners, the red carpet.
Created history tonight.
Going to be an American record for the fastest Ironman.
But now this man has emerged. Executed the perfect victory. We'd like to send out a profound welcome to the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship, Kona, Hawaii. This is it, folks. We are back here after a long drought, 3 long years. We are here again in this beautiful venue. I'm Michael Lovato. I'm joined by Didi Griesbauer. We are excited to now bring you the Body Marking Show. Didi, this is fun. This is where we warm up. This is where we see the athletes come in, some nerves start to build, but this is the kickoff to our amazing show that's coming up a little later today.
That's right, Michael. It's the show before the show as we take a look at our wonderful volunteers waiting to welcome our athletes through the body marking segment of today's race. This is where the athletes will come in. They'll get their number tattooed on their arm, temporary tattoos. It won't take that long. And then they'll make their way into transition to get about setting up their gear for the day. We'll meet with a volunteer, and the volunteer will help them get marked for the day.
This is also that first time when family members at home get to catch a glimpse of their favorite athlete as they queue up. Both, I think you and I struck out on our guesses as we watch this athlete. And look at number 39. So we're looking here, of course, at Kristen Leopold from Germany, showing that bib number 39, an athlete that is anxious to get those numbers put on.
And of course, what she's doing right now, that is our pro aid station. And of course, all of these athletes have been saying all week, I think all of these athletes showing up this morning, obviously with a little bit of nerves as we look there at Lucy Charles-Barkley. She, a little bit of a surprise to even be here today. She had a very serious injury earlier this year. Didn't even know if she'd get to race. She has stood on the second step of that podium 3 times now, looking to take one step up.
She wants to go a step up, and the fact she's just been sit back out. Okay, i.e. pressure building for Lucy Charles-Barkley.
Well, you know what though? I think she's come in with a lot less pressure. I think she's come in with a lot of gratitude to even just be racing. I think there was one point earlier in the year where she didn't think she'd be healthy enough by this point, and I think the fitness came around very quickly. Here we have 2 of our favorites lined up side by side here, getting their nutrition settled for the day. They are all business right now. Not a lot of chit-chat amongst the athletes, just all business, getting their nutrition lined up.
So a reminder here, folks, this is also unique to our professionals. They get to have their own aid station. So
to be back here. We're going to throw it down momentarily. I think our good friend Greg Welch is catching up with Lucy Charles-Barkley, one of our race favorites today. So we're going to dive down and have a chat with him.
Mountain Healthcare Ironman World Champion 70.3, presented by Utah Sports Commission, 3-time second place, Lucy, and also the world champion in your age group. What's it like to be back on the Big Island?
Yeah, it's amazing to be back. I think the 3 years away has made it even more special being back here. Obviously, I had quite a bad injury at the start of the year, so actually being here just feels like a small win before I've even started. So yeah, just super happy to be back.
And you mentioned the injury. Everything's okay now and ready to go. Last couple of races have been very impressive.
Yeah, you know what, the injury recovered really well. I had an amazing team supporting me, so a huge thanks to all of them for getting me here, obviously. But yeah, training's been going really well, and we'll just have to see what happens.
Finally, thoughts on the race, competition?
Yeah, the field is stacked. You know what, this is the strongest women's field I think we've ever had. So it's all to play for out there. It's going to be tough. We're going to be fighting hard, but that's what it's all about.
All right, Lucy, go out there and have a wonderful day today. We're right behind you. All right, Lucy Charles-Barkley. And don't forget to stay tuned all day long with IronmanNow.com for enhanced coverage here at IronmanNow.com. Joining us next is Sarah Crowley from Australia, a podium finisher, Ironman champion, and ready to go today. Sarah, a couple of years away from this wonderful island. What's it like to be back?
Oh, it's sort of a bit surreal, actually. Yeah, it's been so far out in the distance, and all of a sudden we're flying to the island. on. So, look, I'm excited to be here. It's a magic morning, as it always is, and it's just great that we can have this back again.
It's the early hours. You got the breakfast and all of the nutrition set up?
Yeah, specifically coffee. Yeah, so I'm good to go now. Look, I mean, it's been good coming from the US because you wake up early, so we sort of held a schedule that sort of ties in with the morning all week. So I'm feeling pretty good, really. Like, it's not too early for me. It's ready to go.
All right, well, we've got good conditions out there, obviously, and great competition today. So good luck with our women's only race today, and we'd love to see you back on the podium. Yeah,
look forward to it, and it's great to see the girls showcase, I think. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, okay. All right, Australia's Sarah Crowley, an Ironman Oceania champion. Good luck today out there, Sarah. We'd love to wish you all the very best of luck. So there's Sarah Crowley from Australia. They're all streaming through the transition area right now through body marking. This is our body marking show. Going to throw it back to you guys and IronmanNow.com for enhanced coverage all day long.
And here we are. All right, Matt, take it away.
Aloha to each and every one of you. Welcome. Thanks so much, Michael. Yes, we're here. It's race morning. The athletes are coming through. A bunch of athletes. I'm impressed. Early birds getting the worm out here. Another early bird I got with me, special guest, Miranda Carfrey. What's it feel like to be here? And there's no FOMO, is there?
Actually, no FOMO at all. I woke up at 3:45 this morning and didn't have that dread in my stomach. Just excitement to witness this spectacular race.
Yeah, awesome. So it seems like right now it's pretty chill. You know, I think the earlier you get here, maybe the more laid back you are, less stressed. But the athletes that I've seen that are very, very laid back, Lauren Brandon, super, super laid back. Laura Phillip also looks super laid back as well. What have you noticed as far as athletes and kind of demeanor so far?
Yeah, everyone, as you said, it is 5 a.m., still an hour 25 before they start. So I think when you're this far ahead of the game, you still have to be pretty relaxed. It's a long day out there, so keeping your calm, keeping cool, keeping collected is the name of the game right now.
Yeah, and I think, we see athletes behind us pumping tires up, doing those last-minute things. I think some people watching might think, how come you didn't do that last night? So why are the athletes still kind of taking care of bikes?
Yeah, so you don't want to have your bike tires pumped up the night before, especially as the afternoon goes on here in Kona. It gets hotter, and I'm sure there are a bunch of tires that burst last night. It happens every single year. You hear a big bang go off, and you're like, ooh, that doesn't sound good. So yeah, you don't want your tires filled, and you also they lose a little bit of air overnight anyway. So you want to make sure. These days, it's very technical. Like I think Timothy pumps his to 82 psi or something like that. So you want it exactly perfect for the conditions and for a world championship race.
Tim's always been quite particular though, right?
He's a particular kind of guy, yes.
That's awesome. But yeah, a bunch more athletes are going to be coming through here in the next few minutes. So we're going to go maybe get some words with them here in a second. But a lot of action still here to come from the pro compound. I know Welchie's got more at body marking as well. But Michael and Didi, take it away.
And Miranda, as we watch Daniela Reef, we're going to rush right over to Greg Welch, and we are going to see who he's got in store here, body marking interview. Greg, let's take it away. And we'll come back to that, I think, in a minute. And we get to see that I voted that Daniela Reef would be first in a transition. I am off by approximately 43 minutes. So first strike of the day, at least the ones that I'm counting. But Daniela Reef, look, she's won this race 4 times.
Yep. So there's Lisa Norton. And come on in. How are you today? Yeah, Chelsea Sodaro from the USA, one of our great hopes from the USA here today. Podium finisher at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Nice in 2019. It's a couple of years down the road, a couple of years stronger. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just so happy to be here. It's a privilege to race on Kona, my first time. I'm a rookie.
What do you think about it? I mean, you've been over here training and you've been over the course. Is it all the hype, what it's been set out to be?
Yeah, it's a big deal on one hand, but on the other hand, it's just swim, bike, run, and I think we're all ready to go.
All right. Yeah, so Chelsea's, one of the better swimmers, bikers, and runners out here. This is a new experience, going into this race. What are your strategies going forward in your plan?
just to focus on myself. I think that's all I can really control, and I feel confident in my prep and my abilities, so I think that'll put me in a good spot.
All right, well, there's Chelsea Sodaro from the USA. Look, we've got a great tussle today. Sky Minch, we've got Heather Jackson, we've got Sarah True, we've also got this lovely young lady, an emerging star in the sport of Ironman triathlon. Get out there and have a great day, Chelsea, and we wish you all the very best of luck.
Thanks, Welchie. Have a good one.
Okay, mate.
Short course background, she's used to managing that combination of racing your race and being mindful of your own numbers and your own efforts, but also being smart and tactical. And I think that's going to play a really, really big role in this race here today.
Correct. And I want to just say I logged in just now, Didi, to IronmanNow.com to get on to that newer platform where you can put your picture in there like a little avatar and your fan, for not everything on offer, but some great stuff on offer. So check that out. If you're local, if you're here in town and you're watching this race, tomorrow's a good day to get in there and check it all out, get the goods. But Didi, if you're remote, the best way to get in on the action and really experience this to a new level is to go to IronmanNow.com, because if you log in over there, as you and I have both done, you get to interact on the Kissway platform. You get to join
group women, a couple of the age group men, and then Saturday, the professional men, historics, so all of our professional women making their way into Kailua Bay to get ready to get things underway. Michael, it's happening.
I can just feel the energy building here in studio and out on the ground as well. You can sense it. And here's the reason why we're 3 years removed from this historic venue, from being here and doing what we love best. 23 minutes away from, as you said, the first time ever we're kicking off the women.
To Hawaii's Big Island to get our action underway here today. Our professionals will get into the water for their pre-race warm-up. Of course, we saw them queuing along with all of our age group female competitors, lining up in the crowds according to their age groups. It will be a wave start, starting 5 minutes after our professional women. They will go one age group at a time. As we roll through each of the age groups, they will be followed by a handful of our age group male competitors. But our primary focus today on this historic race for our professional women, well, they will have the race course all to themselves, and it will be a professional woman to break the tape, the first place across the finish line later today.
That's right. And as we do look at these women that are on the ready, we'll say they're right there about to step into the water, we have to say this, Didi, this oli, or this blessing that is traditional from the wonderful folks at Island Breeze. And of course, Kahu Kealoha, they do such a great job of getting me into the mood. And I'm not even an athlete, so I'm sitting here at the desk with you, getting fired up, getting that feel. These women, I guarantee you right now, there is some level of let's just push the go button.
Let's just
hit the
go.
cannon.
Absolutely. Our professional women walking down those stories.
Thank you so much. Gives me chills, and even more so now to hear that anthem played. 6:20 and 5 seconds as we get ready to hear these professional women called into the water.
Absolutely. Our professional women lining up here, getting ready to get underway here, less than 5 minutes from the start.
Good, stay right there.
And folks, that was again Victoria Mikaele, and she was doing the Hawaii Pono'i. And now, folks, it is gloves off, and women will begin racing for that long stretch, almost, just at 1.2 miles out before they make that hard right turn. Only 2 turns in this course, which makes it very unique. But now, folks, the moment we've all been waiting for, the calm before the storm, and that cannon about to be fired. And with that, we are underway. The 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship has kicked off, and we were off and running. International field is an understatement here. Nearly every nation that contends the sport of triathlon is here. And now, 20 seconds underway for the Roca swim course. Didi, let's look for these colored caps, some of our seeded figures that we know could do some damage. In pearly gold, that's Daniela Reef. In the violet, the purple, write this down at home, folks, Anna Haug. Orange cap belongs to Sky Mont from USA. And then green, the green of Lucy Charles.
Yeah, Lucy Charles Barkley wearing dark green. We've also got Ruth Astle in a dark green cap, but I imagine the dark green cap you see in front will be that of Lucy Charles Barkley. In pearly silver, we've got veteran Sarah Crowley, as well as relative newcomer Laura Phillip, both wearing pearly silver. And then, of course, the royal blue caps, one of Lisa Norden, no doubt that will be the blue cap in front. The second blue cap you see will be that of Heather Jackson. And already off the start, I have no doubt that is Lucy Charles Barkley already establishing a huge lead in just 100 meters.
Well, how do you figure? 10% faster. She's got 9 or 10 meters right there on the chaser. So kudos to Lucy Charles, who decided she was going to get in here and do, basically tackle this as she has every other triathlon she's ever done, right? And her open water swimming career probably the same. So Lucy Charles Barkley off at the bottom of your picture there, gapping one line of swimmers. To the left, Didi, our left, you see another line of swimmers. This, for those chase groups, is tumultuous. There is a difficulty, am I right, when you have someone in your space. Talk to the rookie, to the newbie, the folks tuning in. What's it like to swim 2.4 miles in the ocean, by the way, someone splashing you?
Well, I mean, there is a strategic advantage to getting on the hip or on the feet of another competitor. So a lot of the women will have lined up near someone that they would like to draft off of, drafting completely legal in the swim. Lucy Charles Barkley not giving anyone a chance to draft off of her. If there was any doubt that Lucy Charles Barkley means business, this is it. In past years, we've seen the likes of Lauren Brandon swim with Lucy Charles Barkley, but Lucy got off that line so quickly, so aggressively, didn't give anybody a chance.
Which my question here for those of you that are following along, Lauren Brandon, bottom right, you can see she's to the bottom right of those two there, sleeveless, and she's got that very smooth stroke. My guess is that she will do the gradual unbuttoning of the company. She can pull away. She doesn't have to hit that sub 1 minute speed. She'll just hit minute fives and gradually just turn those screws.
And that's the thing. It's not necessarily Lauren's strength is the get out speed, but her threshold pace is remarkable. And I think Lucy just took advantage of the fact that Lauren's speed can't compete with Lucy's. But Lauren's threshold pace, I have no doubt she is leading that group, but I think she's going to separate herself from the rest of that group. We can see the texture of the water. There's a little bit of chop out there this morning.
It's pretty rough to be this early. A lot of times you'll see that ripple or those waves kind of come into effect a little bit later down towards the turnboats down there. But right now, Didi, you're spot on. There's movement. That overhead shot gives it. We call it texture. You call it waves. You call it ripple. Anything you want. It is another factor that these Ironman World Championship contenders have to face. But here's a nice look. So the one you see on the bottom left, sort of the front, is Lauren Brandon from USA. And she is an Ironman winner, having won in Boulder. She won an Ironman 70.3. An accomplished athlete, super fun, good. A lot of fans cheering for her from all over the USA and beyond.
And at this stage of the race, we see some of those packs forming. We'll have, obviously, Lucy Charles Barkley off the front and by herself. We'll see several chase packs. I'll look for certainly Lauren Brandon, Lisa Norden to be a part of that. Fenella Langridge, another superstar swimmer. Sarah True, I would imagine, to be in that mix as well. And I saw the purple cap of Jocelyn McCauley, so I believe she's in that lead group as well.
There you go. I mean, you can look at it. You said sort of Haley Chur is a great swimmer, right? We've gotten her in there before where we said, hey, she's a front runner. The funny thing that happens, I think, in Kona more than anywhere else, is that often you will have someone you expect to be swimming well not.
Yes.
And then the flip of that is true. When you say someone should be 3 minutes back and they have the right day, the arms are right, but also the current and the positioning, and they excel.
And you just said it, with the current and the chop, one would expect that gives an advantage to the stronger swimmers, that they will excel more than a weaker swimmer when there's chop like this. But depending on how the current is pushing, sometimes it actually makes it harder for the lead swimmers to really get away, and it sort of enables some of the people we wouldn't expect to hang with that lead pack to actually kind of hang in there.
Sure, if they're protected, you
Yes.
know, maybe you're sitting behind some people and they're doing extra work. So your benefit's the same, but their workload is higher. So great point as we watch. Paddle boards go from perpendicular to parallel those swimmers, and they let everyone traffic through. But this is wave number 2 of today's multiple waves. The first wave being the professional women who are currently hitting it hard. This is our age group contingent, Didi, and a lot of women. I mean, remember, over 2 days, over 5,200 athletes have qualified and made their way to Kona for this race. And that's a large number. That explains a lot of people say, well, why are they doing 2 days? Well, that's a big part of it. So as we look at the water and we see that ripple, we see that chop, and we see these arms doing battle and churning it out, no better way to get a better perspective than to head on down to Matt and Rinny, who are on the boat. Let's see what they have to say from the water's edge.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, we're the action started straight away. Lucy Charles got a pretty good gap, but right now you can see on screen Lauren Brandon is starting to bridge it up just a little bit, but kind of the big news, and as we speak, it's getting split, but she had a very, very large group behind her. She does have Oliveira with her. Clark was with her as well. Behind her is we have a group with Macaulay, Langridge, Sky. Who else are you seeing in there?
Chelsea Sodaro's in there. I think the big names are Chelsea Sodaro, Sky Munch, Sarah Crowley. They're just getting dropped off the back of the group with Lauren Brandon, who's a small group of 4. And actually the big news of the morning is Daniela is not in this pack. She's in the next pack. So that'll be the 3rd chase pack, and that's a huge, looks like the rest of the field almost at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So in this group that's separate, I'm going to bet that this group with Lauren is going to end up being 3 athletes. This 4th athlete seems to be getting kind of stretched out the back a little bit.
That's Fenella on the back there.
Fenella Langridge, so she's just hanging on. And then Haley Chura is pushing the pace on this second group behind that's trying to bridge up. But again, a pretty good gap right now, Rinny, of like 50 meters maybe to that really big group that's got Daniela Reef in 3rd position.
And I'm pretty sure Annie Haag will be in that group too. So 2 big names in that 3rd chase pack, sorry. So we will try and get back and check to see that those 2 girls are in fact in there.
Yeah, so right now, we're finally, guys, getting out kind of into the bulk of the swim course, and it's pretty swelly. Like there's a fair bit of texture on the water, but there's also these pretty big swells, so it might get rough when we get out towards that turnaround. But right now, Lucy Charles and Lauren Brandon are definitely putting to work. And what do you think, Renee? Does it look like Lauren is bringing back Lucy a little bit?
It really does. Certainly holding her. I think she's probably only 10 meters behind Lucy right now, and I think Lauren has her eyes on her and is trying to bridge up. So we'll see in the next moments whether that bridge happens, and then that will be a front pack of 5. But I'm sure Lucy is probably happy to stay away from the rest of the field at this point.
Hey, Matt Lieto, if you can hear me from where we sit up in studio, it looks like there's a bit of texture on the water. It looks like a bit of chop. Is that the case for you? You guys are obviously down on the water. It looks a little choppy. It looks like a rough swim here today.
Yeah, just as I was saying, Didi, there is a fair bit of texture on the water and pretty big swell coming in. So definitely going to affect the athletes more as we get further out in the swim, closer to the turnaround. But that's definitely favoring these 2 women pushing the pace up with Lucy Charles and Lauren Brandon. But again, the big news is Lucy up front, a group of 4, then about a group of 8, and then another gap that's going to be about 50 meters to a very, very large group containing Daniela Reef and I believe Annie Haug as well. But we'll get more to you guys as soon as we can.
Thank you so much to Matt and Marinda Carfrey out on the boat. Great to hear and see you both as we dial in here on Lucy Charles Barclay, who has just got that rapid, open water, I'll say, turnover. So efficient, so good. And you talked about her speed, Didi. She backs it up with, obviously, incredible endurance. But notable to me is just that she's breathing every single stroke, sometimes looks to the right. How advantageous or disadvantageous is that to just kind of be churning it out, breathing all over the place like that?
So on. So each age group getting their own space on the race course to compete against one another today at this historic all-women's VinFast Ironman World Championship. Of course, a few lucky guys will be taking their turn as well. Some of our, we'll call them more experienced male athletes, some of the older age groups, as well as our men 25 to 29, I believe, in the mix as well. So over 5,000 athletes competing in this historic race across 2 days. And one of those is our favorite, Daniela Reef. We had a chance to chat with Daniela. Oh, nope, sorry. We are back on camera. Oh, we are back with Daniela in the water. She is in that third chase pack. You see that gold cap with the pink sleeves. Also, there is the violet cap. I believe that is possibly Jocelyn McCauley there. And you see that beautiful rainbow, Michael, in the backdrop there. We did have some sprinkles earlier this morning indicating the humidity certainly on course is up. But yeah, we are with Daniela Reef in the water. And according to Matt Lieto and Mirinda Carfrey down on the water, she is in the third chase pack that for a long time included all of our female, essentially the rest of our female field. It was Lucy Charles Barkley off the front, and then a group of four led by Lauren Brandon, a second chase of Sky Munch, Chelsea Sodaro, Sarah Crowley, Haley Chura, and then all the way back to this third chase with Daniela Reef.
Well, let's hear from Matt and Rennie, who are right there with that chase pack there. Matt, Rennie, what are you seeing on the water? Give it to us.
Yeah, as you said, guys, we do have kind of the favorites. Right now we're looking at three color caps that 100%, if you were a betting person, you could bet that this could be the podium at the end of the day. Laura Phillip, kind of surprising to me that she's the one really pushing the pace at this front of this group. Again, kind of the other thing we don't always realize is these athletes have no idea, right? Laura Phillip might not know that Daniela is on her feet, but that's Danielle in second and Annie Haug in third. We got Ruth Assel at the back of this group as well, Daniela Blemhel. What surprises you right now of kind of what's happening in the swim, Rennie?
Yeah, I'm super surprised to see Daniela back here. I would have expected her to be in that next pack with Sky and Sarah Crowley and the likes of those women up there. So not the swim we're used to from Daniela, but honestly, she has had some bad swims here in Kona and actually made them the best day ever. Yeah. So this is not a bad thing for Daniela. It might be a bad thing for Annie Haug because Daniela and Laura Phillip can ride a bike. These girls are phenomenally fast on the bike. And that's not to say that Annie's not fast. Annie's a very strong cyclist, but that might be trouble, those two together at the start of the bike there for Annie.
Matt and Rennie, if you can hear me, guys, a quick question.
I think you're being kind to a certain extent.
Quick question for you guys. What is approximately the gap from second chase to Daniela's pack? How big is that gap at this stage of the race?
We're just eyeballing it now. We will get a split, but it's out to at least 100 meters.
Yeah, it's right at about a buoy, a little bit less than a buoy. So yeah, Rennie, it's probably right at about 100 meters. But again, it's Laura Phillip is pushing the pace at the front, right? Doing the best she can. She knows that there's a race ahead of her. I don't see that gap opening up too much at this point. But as you guys know, a lot can change on the way back in. But right now, this group is pushing the pace with Laura Phillip being the one in the front. And we have kind of shrapnel from that first chase group. We've got two athletes that have gotten popped off that group. And Laura Phillip is bringing them back, right? So she's definitely moving through that field. So I think, often when you have these groups that get spread out, you can have athletes that can be a little apathetic, but there's definitely no apathy in this group. They are pushing as much as they can.
And Matt, if you
one other thing I wanted to mention is Daniela sitting right on Laura Phillip's feet. Daniela's a better swimmer than Laura. And maybe she's just being tactical here. Maybe she's just saving her energy, sitting in, biding her time, and then we'll see what happens on the bike. Maybe she's just in there chilling right now.
No, she does. I mean, if you looking at it from this distance, she does look very comfortable. And I'd say Annie Haug maybe not as comfortable in that third position, but certainly I think you make a great point. if you were to bet who's swimming catch-up right now, it's Daniela Reeve.
Yes, Daniela looks super chill. Laura Phillip looks like she's really pushing, though.
Matt and Rini, if you can hear me, given what's going on with the water, with the chop, with the swell, and perhaps the currents, which you can see better from your vantage point, any of these packs you expect to splinter when they make the turn?
This bigger pack may splinter a little. There's a couple of stragglers off the back. Actually, Ruth Astel's right in the middle of this pack. This is a good swimming position for her to be in. And yeah, you know, once big packs like this go around a turn, the seasoned athlete will sprint out of the turn and try to get out of there. But we'll have to wait and see, Didi.
Guys, good stuff. It's great hearing from you, and we appreciate the perspective. We'll stay with you and get more of that great action from down on the water's edge. So good to have you throughout this women's swim. I have to say, from my viewpoint, while that gap has sort of stayed about the same, to our earlier point, Lucy Charles hit the fire hard at the outset. They just all look like they're on what appears to me close to record pace. I mean, we're approaching this turn 22 minutes in. I don't know. I love to just throw the idea of a record out there. You give us some feedback on the way back in if they slow down. Meantime, you are watching this amazing race from overhead shots, and you got to stay with us.
Of Daniela, Laura Phillip, Annie Haag, back in that, you know, third chase.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, what do we think about, you know, the dynamics on the bike when we're talking about that chase group with Chelsea Sodaro, Skye Moench, Sarah Crawley, Sarah True, Jocelyn McCauley, Haley Chura, and Lisa Norden. I mean, that is some horsepower.
That's some serious horsepower in that group too. So yeah, I think those girls are going to get out and try and, you know, get out of town as quickly as possible. So yeah, we're excited to see what happens as we get to the end of this swim.
Yeah, we're getting there. So we'll probably get one or two more splits, and then we're going to head back to transition, make sure we don't miss any action.
Great stuff as usual, guys. Thank you so much. Here we are back watching Lauren Brandon drag her pack of, she's the front of the pack of four, right? She's dragging that pack. And this is the Roca swim course. This is 2.4 miles. This is 3.8 kilometers. This is hard. They make it look easy, Didi. They really do.
They absolutely do. And a beautiful day as we get underway here at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Our professional women underway here, making their way through the Roca swim course. They have about a mile left to go, and race time just 31 minutes. We thank you for joining us. Lots of action still to come here today, Michael. So exciting to be a part of it.
And then our third chase group with those contenders we were looking at earlier is at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. But Rini, talk us through the order and who's in this group of 7 chasing.
Yeah, in this group again, we still have Haley Chura, we've got Skye Moench, we've got Lisa Norden, Chelsea Sodaro, we've got Sarah Crowley, and Sarah True. Am I missing anyone?
No, I think that's it. And I mean, it really is hard to underestimate. This is a very, very strong cycling group. And I mean, as far as race dynamics go, we've got a group of 7 chasing a group of 4, and then a group of about 15 chasing behind Rini. So I think the tactics we're going to see out here might be a little bit more group tactics than we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, I think a group of 7 is a great number. I think the group of 15 might have some trouble trying to jockey for position and, you know, stay out of, you know, draft zones. So hopefully we don't see any penalties, but that is definitely a reality when you're in a group of that size. I like this little group of 7, and I think people like Skye Moench, a lot of these girls are going to be really surprised to see Daniela behind them. They'll get to see her out on Kuakini when they do the out and back. But I think these ladies are going to be very pleased at their position in this race.
For sure, and I think, we say that this is a group of 15, but I think that Laura Phillip and Daniela Reeve are going to blow that up pretty quick, but we are going to jam into transition so we don't miss all that action. But right now, yes, 3 distinct groups on the swim. There's going to be a lot of action early on the bike, guys.
You guys rock. Thank you so much. We're looking at 2 superstars on the left, and now 1 superstar in the center of your picture, Lucy Charles Barclay. Didi, what's it all about? You got about 12, 14 minutes left here. What's going down?
Yeah, well, she's getting close enough to the shore now. The 0.6 of a mile left. in the Roka swim course, and no doubt she is sighting right now off the King Kamehameha Beach Hotel. Easy to spot there in the horizon and will mark the end of the Roka swim course.
King Kamehameha Kona Beach Resort is proud to be the official headquarters of the VinFast Ironman World Championship. With over 400 newly renovated rooms and suites, unforgettable dining experiences, and sparkling ocean views, experience Hawaii's Big Island like never before.
Just there, as we were looking at that shot of Lucy Charles Barclay swimming towards that hotel, I felt like you were seeing a little link as he revs up this crowd. Photographs being taken, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook messages of this superstar are over the world.
Well, as you get adjacent to that pier, you can hear the roar of the crowds that lines the pier amongst the splashing still of the water. It's really kind of a cool effect as you hear the cheers, splash, cheers, splash, cheers. It indicates that you're getting close. You do hear the voice of Mike Riley, and it sort of draws you to the conclusion of this Roka swim course as Lucy Charles Barclay looking to still continue to increase her lead, taking advantage of every opportunity to inch further and further away from the rest of the women's professional field.
Well, there you go. And I tell you what, her bib number is 6 today. However, she is number 1 out of the water. The time is going to be a little bit over 50 minutes, which is notable considering those choppy conditions that we've watched these swimmers go through, and still having that gap. Actually, I have to feel like from my angle and from the swimmer's angle, this section along the pier is probably about 130 meters because they're inside that start zone we had. It's going to take a long time.
It does take a long time. You hear the roar of the crowds and you maybe accelerate. And you're like, ooh, it's still quite a ways left to go. But as she makes her way to the closing strokes of the Roka swim course here, she'll touch down. She'll feel her hand in the sand. She'll get her feet under her, stand up and charge up those stairs through the freshwater showers, making her way into transition in pursuit of her bike.
There you go. So folks around the world are looking at the athlete from Great Britain hitting solid ground here, Lucy Charles Barclay. She's going to stop the clock. I may be wrong. It may be closer to 51. It is closer to, but 51 by the time she crosses that mat. And we'll see here as Lucy Charles Barclay is greeted by the adoring fans. You can hear them there. Nope, she cracked the 51 on that Wahoo element. You saw it. Forgoes the showers. And just to be clear, folks, out of fairness, everyone out of the water has to run the entire segment of transition. 50 minutes and 57 seconds. Done. Dusted. Now, in T1, she runs through, has the opportunity to go into the tent, grab her bag, the blue bag that has her helmet, and it has all of her cycling gear that's not attached to the bike. Everyone must do this as they run the entire length and segment of Transition 1. Now, Lauren Brandon on solid ground.
Lauren Brandon comes up the stairs by my eyeball clock, and of course we'll get verification from the Wahoo element splits. Just over 45 seconds, or 1 minute 45 seconds to this chase pack of Lauren Brandon, Fenella Langridge, Rebecca Clark, and Pammy Oliveira.
And it's not as easy as it looks. As you see, you got to find the bag, identify the number, and yes, it's easier for them than it is for you or me, but they are still a little bit taxed on solid ground for the first time in an hour. Running through transition, and check this out. Transitions done to perfection. Lucy Charles Barclay, helmet on, visor on, and pumping the arms, get things going. What she'll do now is she'll round that corner, and she'll be directed by a multitude of yellow shirt volunteers. Here's that part. She just ran the entire length, as I mentioned, of transition. They do this so there's no disadvantage to be placed at any point in the transition on the pier. Runs the circuit, and her bike will be closest to the exit due to her number 6 bib. But Dee Dee, when she gets on, I have to guess she's going to hear those other names, but she is going to put the pedal to the metal.
Well, absolutely. And actually, for the first time in history, the professional women are actually racked off of the pier, just off of the pier. So we'll see her run past what was the mount line out to where the professional women's bikes are racked. She will grab her bike. But as you mentioned, Michael, as we take a look at our VinFast Ironman World Championship lead vehicle there, getting ready to get underway and lead the way for Lucy Charles Barclay, given the length of the pier and the ability to hear all of those splits, she's hearing now, I have a 41-second lead on the likes of and who's in that group. She will hear Mike Riley sighting into the water to see where that next chase group is. And no doubt she's got a sea of supporters out here giving her some good information as well.
Holy smokes. Now that was a long transition. Lucy Charles Barclay across the yellow mount line and taking advantage to get on at the exit of transition. She is going up Polani. Let's hear what it looks like and see what they're seeing down on the dirt.
Yeah, bunch of action down here as always, Michael. We just had kind of our lead group go up behind us through transition. Lucy Charles Barclay with Lauren Brandon. It looked like getting a little bit of time back on here just a second ago, but Brittany, we're going to have this chase group, which is going to have a lot to do with this race, of 7 athletes coming here behind us in just 1 second, but a great kind of view of, we're going to see these athletes just bolt through here, try to get some of that salt water off. What are you thinking when you're getting off these stairs and coming through transition?
Yeah, these first moments out of the water are really just keep calm, know where your bag is, don't make any mistakes. You want everything to be smooth in this area. And this is also the area where people mess up. We saw Fenella in the... Here we go. Here we go.
It's got Haley Chura. With Jocelyn McCauley, Lisa Norden. So these threw a little bit of gap.
Sarah
True, Chelsea Sidaro. So these athletes are running through here. That is Sarah Crowley and Sky Monch. A great swim. Great swim by Sky Monch and Sarah Crowley. These athletes, could definitely be a top 5, top 3 podium position here. But you can see hectic. The athletes are yelling their number. We can see behind, they're running through here to get through that change tent, Miranda.
Yeah, and it is a long run through transition. They actually have to go grab their bag, go into the change tent. They'll sort of throw their swim skin and goggles in that bag, run out the back, and then they'll come through and do up their kit, make sure everything's buttoned up, helmet on, before they get to their bikes out on the road. So a lot to do in this small space, and you've got to do it quickly.
No, absolutely. And again, the tactics of these 2 big groups. We've got this group of 7 and then a group that we're saying is between 10 and 15. But when they get on that out and back, on that highway, you're going to see Laura Phillip and Danielle Reeve feel like, oh man, they respect these 7 women in this group, not alone as well, the 4 in front. What do you think that's going to change the kind of early dynamic of this bike ride?
I was listening to Lisa Norden talk on her interview, and she's going to be super happy to see that Laura Phillip and Daniela are behind. That's a powerful duo, and she's going to be able to settle in. She talked about settling in on the bike, and a couple of these girls are not going to have to rev their engine immediately at the start of the bike. They're going to be able to settle in, for the first few Ks, and yeah, they'll be surprised to see Daniela not coming past them right away and having a bit of a gap on her.
Yeah, and how much different is this race than any other race where you have to respond to the athletes around you? And we do see behind us, we have the athletes running through transition here. Coming through, we've got Haley Chura, Jocelyn McCauley, Lisa Norden, still that group of 3 separation. Look at Sarah Crowley absolutely pushing to bridge up to this 4. She knows these tactics are way different. She has gritting her teeth. She has to get to this group of 3 because we called it a group of 7, and it was a group of 7, but this could be a group of 4 and a group of 3 like right away.
Absolutely, and actually one thing to note was Sarah didn't have her helmet on, so she opted to have her helmet on her bike, so she's going to have to get to the bike, put her helmet on. You cannot touch your bike until your helmet is clipped. So that's one thing she's thinking of now. I got to get there, put my helmet on. These girls are going to grab their bike and go. And yeah, it might be 2 groups.
And what's the difference in this race? You don't get to settle in on whatever you can finish an Ironman in. It's on, right?
Yeah, totally. It's interesting, everyone's like, it's an Ironman, you can settle in. And you really have to respect the other athletes and go with, the moves. And we talk about, making decisions all day long. And I think right now that those 7 will want to be intact because they're all very strong cyclists and they could be a powerful group together.
No, absolutely. And again, I think we're just a few moments away from this group that's chasing, and it's been a while. I mean, we've seen
6:20 at now.
Yeah, so we've seen 2 groups come in and come out, and then we've got our favorites that are going to come through behind us here. But again, that group with 10 to 15 with Laura Phillip, Daniela Reeve.
Here they come now.
Okay, so here we go. Our first athlete in the group, Daniela Reeve, second out of the water. Laura Phillip out of the water as well. A few other athletes, you can recognize them as well. Annie Hogg. Annie Hogg is
Kate Bevilacqua.
Kate Bevilacqua.
Susie Cheatham.
There you go.
Renee Kiley. Laura Siddall. Danielle Blymel.
Daniela Blymel. So again, this is a strong group. There's some other, no disrespect to these other athletes in here. Suthi Cheecham, Daniela Blymel definitely can hang with those top three.
Yes.
Just whether or not it's going out of their zone. But Rinny, the beginning of this bike ride is going to be full on.
It's going to be telling, I think. See if Daniela really just cranks it at the start, as she has in past when she's not had the best swim. We've also seen her really have patience up until Harvey and then really show her cards. So it'll be interesting to see what she decides. Or what leg she has.
We're going to go get out on the course, see the action early on the bike ride, but we'll let you guys in the studio take it from here.
Thank you so much. Great stuff. You guys are awesome right there in the mix. I love hearing it, the excitement, and you screaming for the folks out there. This is cool. One thing I'm noting, and you guys covered this, but to slow it down, as we watch Daniela Reef come through, there are packs. There are proper packs, and I think that is a new element for these women. There's Anna Haug. So looking at these women together like that, it is really going to change the way this race plays out, because the first part of this course, Dee Dee, so difficult to maneuver, to not get drafting penalties, to find your rhythm while still matching others. You're out, you're up, you're down, you're up and down again, 2 serious climbs. Then you're on the highway.
I was going to say, if there's any part of this course that is, and I'm using air quotes, which no one can see, technical, it is the opening few miles of this course where the athletes do a lap through town. The up and down on the Kuakini Highway has a sharp turn and a very fast descent with a very tight turn up Palani. So this big group is going to have to be heads up. A lot of the women were anticipating this, both based on the increased number of female professionals racing here today, the depth of the female professional field here today, but a lot of them were anticipating having these larger packs, but it's one thing to anticipate it and another thing to navigate it.
Haug, Reef, together, 5 of the last Ironman Hawaii titles in their credit, and 6 if you count St. George. Those 2 women dominant right here. Pink for Reef, dark gray, black for Haug. Wow, Dee Dee, together like that, these 2, they know each other well. They know they don't have the same strengths. Their cards are dealt together right now, but they won't.
I think if you're Ann Haug, you're thinking, I would have expected Daniela to be up the road. I think one of the big surprises, I think, for us viewing and commentating here so far is that Daniela's swim was not a bit stronger than it was, but she also has eyes on who she is seeing as her probably biggest competitors. Of course, Lucy Charles Barkley being one of those who is more than 7 minutes up the road.
Well, that fourth sport, if you will, this is the Morton fastest transition times. Fenella Langridge, she came through with the fastest, 2:16. Bet Clark from New Zealand, 2:26, with Lauren Brandon at 2:27 right now. Thanks to Morton for bringing us those T1 times. We'll combine later and get you the winner overall. But it does matter. Look, we saw Fenella take 18 seconds approximately out of Lucy Charles Barkley. Now, that's good. That's real time. That counts, So there you go.
Well, and it counts in the context of it gives her a little bit of separation from the group she swam with,
True.
Which, again, through this section of town, there are some tight corners. There's a lot of adrenaline this early in the race as some of the swimmers, the slower swimmers try to jockey for position and move themselves into a more ideal position on the bike. So it's definitely a heads-up riding section, and just by clobbering that transition, Fenella gave herself a little bit of breathing room through what can be a very aggressive part of the bike course.
Great points. We're here on the Kuakini Highway on the gradual part of what becomes a more notable climb as we zip on back here to the long transition, and it's been a lot of time getting to the bikes. Not anyone any more than the other, but Van Riesel here fixing stuff up and dropped a piece of nutrition, looks like a Morton gel, getting that tucked in. But what a better time to drop it. Hey, you're still going 0 miles an hour. As we talk about another little element, Dee Dee, when you're on that early section, and we don't always get to see this, but together with that technical nature, you do have bumps. You do have sections of less smooth pavement. You do have the opportunity.
City riding.
To right, you're in the city, and you could lose a key bottle.
Yes.
You're also at that time still maybe focused on the others around you, and your heart rate's still elevated from that swim in T1. You may not be able to adequately pay attention to your fueling, their fueling, this, and the people around you.
And just watching the athletes get underway here on the full gas bike course and how difficult it is getting on that bike, getting the feet into the shoes and navigating that slight hill just out of transition. Again, one of the challenges of the course today as we look back, this is Chase 1. That is Lauren, Brandon, I imagine Fenella Langridge perhaps right in front of her. So they are now on that same stretch of Kuakini Highway. This is a slight uphill section. This is one chance. This is the last chance before the athletes make the turn in Hawaii hours from now that they'll get a look at where they are in respect to their competitors as we look at some of the rough road surfaces, the city riding, we call it here in the big city of Kailua Kona.
As we watch these two athletes push the pedals up this, I'm chuckling to myself because I'm thinking about all the difference in perspective. You call the hill on Palani Little Hill. I'm always thinking that's a brutal. Every section of Palani is straight up for me. But back to Lucy Charles Barclay. So exciting to see her. Of course, we all had that scare with her when we saw her get injured. You never want to see anyone get injured, but you see someone that is really well and true in the prime and the hunt of their career, and we all kind of breathed easy when she came back and raced and said, "Hey, I'm back. I'm going to do it."
And her race kit says it there on her shoulder. Bam. Bam, I am back as she is turning the pedals, letting no time go past. She is very, very aggressive here. She had built a 30-second lead on Fenella Langridge by the time they left transition, but she is going to continue with that. And we're going to head down to course with Rinny. She is with the legendary Mark Allen. Rinny, take it away.
I'm down here in transition. We're starting to see the last pro women get out and then the first pro age group women coming into transition. I'm here with Mark Allen, the champ himself. You've seen a lot of these. What are you thinking today with the conditions you were mentioning earlier? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, a couple interesting things. First and foremost, Lucy's swim split was definitely slower than I expected. So that means that there's something out there, whether there's current, a little bit of swell, combination of both, maybe some chop that we can't see from the shore here. A slow swim, which actually gives her that extra advantage, right? And she comes out a little bit slower than normal. The other ones are going to be that much slower. And so that was the first thing that just stuck out, slow swim. Secondly, cool competition piece is Daniela, Laura Phillip, and Anna Haug all out of the water together. I mean, if you're talking the four to watch, Lucy, Daniela, Laura, and Anna, that's it right there. I think that's the race. For those three to start together, maybe work together, I don't know if they will work together. They're not going to try and break each other. It's obviously super early in the day, but they're going to have that in their mind. Like, they have 7 minutes to make up already on Lucy, and they're not going to want to let her have that gap get any bigger.
No, absolutely not. And the conditions today, talk to me about what you see in terms of just the weather and the wind.
Well, I've been watching that all week, tracking it, seeing what's changing. It hasn't changed much. They're saying a high of 81. As you know, normally, as you guys out there know, the high is usually 87, 88, 89. So a cooler day than normal. I checked out the wind app because obviously if there's wind, it's a very different race than if it's calm. Calm wind today, a little bit of breeze maybe out at Hawaii, but nothing that people are going to go, oh, wow, it was an epic wind year. So I'm predicting that this could be a record-breaking day.
Yeah, so 3 minutes slower in the swim, but the bike could be on. And then, of course, the run, we're expecting really fast times here today, and especially with these conditions. So I think we're in for a treat. As you said, Laura Phillip, Daniela, Annie. I don't know if Annie can hang, but she is ready. If she's ever going to hang, it needs to be now. So it's going to be really fun to watch. We're looking forward to it. And we'll catch you again later up on Palani.
So good. I like what you're saying, Renee. I love hearing from you. And Mark Allen, always great insight from the 6-time Ironman world champ. That is great. Now we've seen Lucy Charles Barclay do the 180, the one you referenced earlier, the only chance until 60 miles in that these athletes can see one another and sort of sort out how everyone looks, where they are. Early days, so it matters a little bit. But gosh, Lucy Charles Barclay did stomp on it, because she had 30 seconds and I feel like she's gapped it a little bit bigger now.
Oh, she absolutely has, and no doubt she's trying to get out and get gone before the likes of Daniela Reef can even see. She wants to be down Kuakini Highway before Daniela Reef is even heading up, just to send a message like, you're going to have to chase hard.
Holy smokes, look at that wheel.
I wanted to talk about that. That's the new head wheel, and I wanted to mention it in part because Anne Head, one of the few female innovators in the cycling industry, has come out with this brand new not disc. Basically, it's as wide a depth as you can have without actually being a disc wheel, which on this course in particular, discs are not allowed because the winds here can be at times quite dangerous. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case today, but out of Head Cycling, an innovation here that has made the widest depth rear wheel that acts like a disc but still complies with the no disc rule.
Well, but when I first saw that pop up on Facebook or Instagram with Annie Head, I thought, I'm going to get one of those on the front of my bike, and I'm going to make a comeback. I'm going to double.
I want to put those on my car.
Disc. So great stuff. It is so cool. Triathlon has always been, Ironman has nearly always been at the leading edge of innovation, from aero bars all the way down to a wheel like that. And so it's really cool because it speaks to the individuality and the boundary pushing that goes hand in hand with Ironman.
Constantly looking for ways to get faster. I think back in the day, in the Stone Age, when you and I were racing, it was about the aerodynamics of the frame and changing how your bottle sat on the bike. Well, now that's old school. Now we're innovating in new and different ways, making the fastest wheels even faster, taking aerodynamic fabrics, really taking it to the next level in innovation to find ways to get faster and faster, as we watch here Daniela Reef trying to eat up the 7-minute deficit she suffered out of that swim.
And what's good is, this is sort of a presumptuous statement, but I like what I see here. I feel like she looks good. She's got good Daniela Reef legs. And
yes.
I say that because the only other maybe 3 times ever we've seen her with bad legs, proper bad legs. Once was here in Kona, once was in Frankfurt at the Ironman European Championship. You see it. You can tell when she's got a little oomph. So that was her on the other side of the road going up. Now we got Lauren Brandon rolling down into town on the Kuakini Highway, at the base of which we are about to see Lucy Charles Barclay hit Palani here.
Yes.
After Hualalai. She's going to hang a hard right and go up. Again, to you, it's a small hill, Didi. To me, it's a giant mountain that goes straight up. We're almost there. And when you see that, you're going to say, wow, she's good.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Looking at these splits, Michael, one of the things that does stand out to me, Pammy Oliveira from Brazil swam with the likes of Fenella Langridge, Lauren Brandon, and Rebecca Clark, but is now 2 minutes, 21 seconds back. That, to me, given my experience in the 100 years I've been around the sport, says something did not go right for her in transition to give up 2 minutes in transition to the group that she swam with, or in this case, 1.5 minutes. I don't think you give up that kind of time without an issue. Maybe she had a small mechanical on her bike. But she's rolling now, but that group of 4 now a group of 3 in chase.
So if I look at the splits, I think she left transition still in contact, 49 seconds. But she lost it all on that first part of the bike. I just know.
It's surprising.
It is. I think with her, if I look at her specifically, she's not going to, her cycling leg is not her strength on this. She's a stronger swimmer runner. historically. She's good, like on the bike, obviously, but
I actually remember her Ironman debut. I don't know if it was here. She tried to ride with Daniela Reef, and we thought, oh my goodness, what is this? And I believe she did pay the price for it. But again, to my eye, it was something that was surprising to me in the early section of this bike as we watch Lauren Brandon climbing Mount Polani Road.
That looked like Jan Frodeno on the side of the road there, but they all look like that to me, just strapping men here on the Ironman spectator circuit. You were watching Lauren Brandon climb Polani. We'll spend a lot of time on Polani. Obviously, we close out the run on Polani. We also have a midway through the run, we go up Polani. So it's a signature spot, incorporates a hot corner. And now back to the Kuikini Highway. So folks that are losing track of all these words we're sharing, that is those early stages in that first climb where we have Daniela Reef going upwards bound. So they're about to go down Polani. So they're about to hang that, they're about to hang that section where they go. Actually,
they're turning left onto the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway at this point. So they are up.
Top of Polani.
They are on the top of Polani Road making this. And this is, again, a signature spot of this course. That is their last human contact other than with each other and our wonderful volunteers at the aid stations until they get out to Kauai High. So they're entering a long, quiet stretch of lava-ridden highway.
That's right. Lauren Brandon knows it well. If you're a rookie, follow a veteran. If you're a veteran, stick to the plan. In the end, there's so much value in actually just sort of shadowing and not only letting the pace be dictated, but really just understanding what's normal, because this is a bit of a mind bender of a course. You can see right now they're on a downhill trend as they head out on the highway, and then they're going to go up and they roll pretty gently for the first couple miles.
Yes.
And then bigger hills, and then the winds typically kick in, and the winds are such dynamic and shifting presence in this race. It really is a hard one to get your head around.
It absolutely is, and one of the things I'm struck with on this camera shot are the differences in cadence. We see Lauren Brandon pushing a fairly large gear down this hill here versus the relatively higher cadence in the spinning out. So differences in style there. Again, there is a comfort zone, just like stroke rate in the water, that cadence rate. You've got to find the spot of cadence where you're generating the best power for the least amount of exertion.
And maybe neither one is wrong, right? As we watch
100%.
Rebecca Clark's cadence quite high. Now, a runner out on the course, just out there training and getting a little spectating in as we look way up high. Didi, there's the lava you were talking about. Many years ago, this lava hit the turf here and is dried and formed a foundation of the landscape here. You can see also the green that has grown in since. It has really changed even over the last couple decades, this setting. You'll see we'll go out to where it is a little bit more barren, a little bit more lava driven, a little bit more lava specific. But right now it's sort of getting a mixture as you're still more or less in town.
More or less in town, but making her way out on the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway with more than 7-minute lead over the main chase pack. There's certainly a smaller chase pack a bit closer, but it is Lucy Charles Barkley well into the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway now. Head forward, we can see traveling at about 24 miles per hour there. That's pretty quick.
That's almost 40K an hour. That's about a 435, 434 bike split if you just kept it right there. It's a big if, but these women are capable. As we watch Rebecca Clark take the lead over Lauren Brandon, some of the early days back and forth, pretty insignificant. This is typically about the time in the race when I start talking about how great Lauren Brandon looks on her bike. Very smooth. I feel like
it took you that long. I'm actually surprised.
From an efficiency standpoint, her cadence looks very powerful. Nice aero position, and she just really looks at home on the bike. It's nice to see.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely nice to see. But we're also seeing. Well, actually, we're going to throw it out to Matt because he's with our second and third place women right now. Matt, what are you seeing? Yeah, we're having a little problem with Matt Lieto's audio right now. We'll get that rectified and go back to his thoughts because they are obviously important. But it is a Lucy Charles Barkley alone. Vanilla Language in second. Matt Lieto is with third and fourth place. Matt, if you can hear me, let's go down to you. What are you seeing?
Yeah, sorry. Thanks so much, guys. motorcycle. Sometimes you got technical issues, but we got to figure it out. But yeah, you're right. Sorry, third and fourth. Rebecca Clark did make a big move actually off of Polani to bridge back up to Lauren Brandon, and then almost immediately went by as soon as she caught her. So these two athletes definitely pushing the pace. Lauren Brandon as smooth can be, definitely focused, not really too worried, I don't think, about Rebecca Clark per se, but definitely using that motivation of the athlete behind to try to stay in front as long as possible. I think right now for Lauren Brandon, it's not so much about trying to catch up to the leaders, but trying to get that gap and like be in a good position when that group that was 7 that's probably splintered already catches up to these two athletes.
Great stuff. Great commentary as usual. Thank you, Matt. As we come back to the front wheel of Lucy Charles Barclay. Interesting, though, making those bold moves as he talked about. Do they pay off? Is it error? Now, Lauren Brandon settled right in behind, and she said, okay, if you need to be up front, do it. But remember, Lauren Brandon has a plan. She knows how to race the bike here at Hawaii Ironman, at Ironman General. She's not going to get monkeyed around here too much.
No, she definitely has a plan, and having spoken to her pre-race, she has multiple plans. In fact, all of these athletes do. You've got your A plan, your plan A, which is you winning the race for each and every one of these athletes. But then you have plans B, C, D, probably through double Z, subpart 1, double Z, plus 2. Yeah. Because things happen. You don't know how your body's going to respond. You don't know what the conditions are going to be on the day. So there are multiple plans. And what this is actually Fenella Langridge, who has bridged up to Lucy Charles Barclay. So that is quite the Morton move there. That she was about 35 seconds, I think, by the time all was said and done after a great transition. She has come right up onto the back wheel. Sorry, Rennie. Miranda Carfray's course record here on the run has that potential, absolutely, but she's got to make a lot of good choices between now and then. She's got some work to do to bridge back up, but she has put herself in a position. She's in a solid spot for sure.
Just off the top of my head, i.e. I'm reading it, she ran 2:44.48 in Ironman Austria. I mean, 2:44, that right there is cranking. But then the next one, the one after that, 2:45.38 at Hamburg. Okay, and then you go Barcelona, 2:52, Finland, 2:52, and in Kona, a really slow 3:02. So the run pedigree that she has is up there, and here's the thing: they're all up there, and I think that what's cool is that we're saying these 240s and 250s for all of our women. There's a lot of women that are going to break the 3-hour barrier. 3 hours, kind of like, hey, good job,
right? Exactly. I mean, if you're not running certainly sub 3:05 and increasingly sub 3 hours. You're not competing. You've got to have a pretty incredible swim bike combo to enable yourself to run slower than 3 hours in this day and age of racing. As we look back at Lauren Brandon making just the cross here, difficult traffic flows. It's a work day. Remember, we are broadcasting now on Thursday to give the women their own race course. So historic times here, professional women and all age group women racing here today. As a result, they've had to do some changes to traffic flows to allow our local community to get to work. Again, we want to be gracious guests in our community and let people get to their jobs. So we appreciate the patience of the host community in letting us take up their roadways on a school day.
On Thursday, yeah, we won't work. So here we are with Lauren Brandon, USA. She won Ironman Boulder. She's won an Ironman 70.3 down in Ecuador. She's a powerhouse on the bike, and she's also disciplined. I think you get to train with her, but I feel like she's a pragmatic racer, so not one to kind of get carried away and get emotional or ego-driven at the wrong time. She feels more to me of a balanced racer. As we then now zoom right back up the road to the part of the course where I mentioned it starts to get a little bit more rolly, a little bit more wind-induced here, pressure as we come through. Often you'll see a goat or two on the side of the road here, won't you now, Didi?
Beware of goats, yes, definitely. This is the donkey crossing as well, the little baby donkeys as well. So making their way, the further they get from town, the more likely the wind is to pick up, comes down off Mount Hualalai there and starts to blow as they make their way out towards Waikoloa Village and, of course, the end of the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway. Several miles to go there, but with each pedal stroke, they do carry themselves a bit closer to the wind tunnel that can be this race course. Again, we haven't seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but we haven't seen a super windy year in a lot of years here, the kind of winds where the athletes are sort of clutching their bikes and leaning sideways. And maybe this will be our year. You and I sort of, with insert evil laugh here, hope for that. We want Mother Nature to throw everything at these athletes and make a great race of it as we look at defending champion here on the island, the big island of Hawaii, that is, Annie Haug.
Dee, let's be honest, the wind hasn't blown since you and I raced.
Yes.
It just, when it blew both directions at the highest velocity ever recorded. It was always the hottest, windiest when we were on the course. In the meantime,
it's been easy ever since.
You may be thinking, how can I get to Kona? How can I get out there and do battle on this amazing course? Well, qualify, and I tell you what, one of the best chances to qualify is the 140.6 miles of spectator-lined streets and scenic Wisconsin landscape, all culminating in an unrivaled finish line at the steps of the state capitol. It's all awaiting you at Ironman Wisconsin, which is part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. Next year's event will host the 2023 Ironman Tri-Club Championship. Experience this legendary race for yourself next year in 2023. Sign up at Ironman.com. You won't regret it. No chance.
And back to our leaders here. This is Lucy Charles Barkley being shadowed by Fenella Langridge. There's another pair behind them of Lauren Brandon and Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. And then a large, and what I will say, Michael, very dangerous chase group, including the likes of Sky Monch, Sarah Crowley, Lisa Norden,
Siddle, Maya Stage Nielsen. Look at it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
Chelsea Sodaro.
The Heat.
Yeah, the Heat, a very large and dangerous group there. The challenge for them is to get themselves organized. Again, something that the women aren't as accustomed to is working in larger packs like that. At Ironman races around the world, there'll be somewhat smaller fields to this 50 women size field, minus a couple who weren't able to start. But so the packs in most Ironman races, you'll see maybe 4, 5, 6 athletes, not the likes of 12, 13 athletes that are in this very, very big chase pack behind our sort of 2 groups of leaders. So our 3rd chase pack there. But the power in that group, Laura Phillip, Daniela Reif, Chelsea Sodaro, the rookie, Lisa Norden, left triathlon for a couple of years and really focused just on cycling. So there is definitely some cycling powerhouses in that group.
If you're wondering if it's a little bit hot, it is already hot. You can tell when an athlete grabs a bottle to cool off, preparation for the next segment of hot road. But it is something that you always have to manage here, because if you let it go to where it's too hot, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's much better to kind of stay on the side of cool the engine before,
The age group world champion a few years ago, but joining me in studio right now here is Paula Newby-Fraser, 8-time Ironman world champion. Paula, what a great start for Lucy Charles, but how good is it to be back on the island?
Oh, look, Greg, I think the first and foremost story is the fact that we're here. We're back in Kona. It was the energy coming over here on the plains, everywhere you go in town. It's almost like there's this great vibration of excitement. Athletes are just so thrilled to be here and be back. Because, I mean, let's be honest, as an individual, as a neighborhood, a community, a countries, everybody, businesses, all of us, I mean, none of us have come out the same after the past 3 years. So to be back here is, I think, probably the biggest story, and then we'll just let the athletes and everything else take over and come to the front. But it's just wonderful. I mean, the excitement this morning with the race was palatable. It was, I mean, it felt like there was almost an earthquake on the island.
Oh, it really was.
Yeah.
We got started at 6:25 with our pro women, and then right at 7:40 with our 25 to 29-year-old age group, and probably the fastest men's group today. But our pro women, they got their separate start. They got their own race. They're off to a great start. Lucy Charles Barkley right now, Fenella Langridge. They had 8.5 minutes on Daniela Reif and Annie Haug coming out of the water, so great start for them. But the temperature's down here nice, but the humidity was right up, Paula.
Oh, look, I think as we sit here at the pier and all this excitement, you don't quite know what's going on, and it became clear that swim was a lot choppier than you could see as you look out in the ocean. It looked like a beautiful, clear, calm day. Not so much out on that swim course. There was a lot of chop, and I was out back a little ways, and whilst the temperature not that hot, I got to tell you, we've had a lot of rain over the last few days, these big downpours. The humidity level is high, so don't be too biased by the fact that the temperature seems lower. It's humid, and right now as we look up Mount Waialae, it's still clear. The clouds, I'm sure they're hoping they're going to roll in. But I have to say, as I watched all the women leave the transition area, what a blessing. I mean, there really are no words to see all those women, such a close race, everybody back, everybody excited to showcase and go off to that World Championship. It's the 2-day. I mean, whilst I understand that the jury might be out, it feels good, and I think for the women it feels good to them too to have this. I mean, it's all about the women out there, and I love that. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, you said 2 days of racing. I say 2 days of racing, twice the fun, twice the action. Anyway, so Paula, the swim course today, wanted to make mention a little bit about what happened out there because, you're probably thinking, well, she swam 49.02 back in 2019, and today it was like 50.57, right on the nose on 51 minutes or somewhere there.
Yeah.
We had an outgoing tide, so it's going to be a little bit quicker going out. But coming back, you're pushing against the current.
Exactly.
Bit of a hard slog coming back in, isn't it?
Yeah, I think what was great, the cameras on the water just certainly captured that. As we sit and we look out there, we're like, oh, it looks gorgeous out there. You should be able to go out and have a nice paddle and a nice swim. But then when those cameras were honing in, you could see the chop. And even a swimmer as proficient as Lucy, you could see her working against that chop coming in. And it was, like I said, I think superficially the conditions out there look amazing, and I know Mark has predicted a potential record day, but there's always a little bit, the island will decide today what will happen. Yeah,
they're going to have to get a move on for that record because they're already about a minute and 45 seconds in arrears, from the swim. So let's hope for good, conditions on the bike ride all the way out there. Now, during the week we had some really, great weather, but then there was a couple of downpours in the last couple of days in the afternoon, causing that humidity to come out of the ground. It was permeating out on the highway, and it is going to be really tough conditions out there. Now let's see if the trade winds gets up. We're only having and experiencing light winds out on the highway at the moment as Lucy Charles and Fenella Langridge are really powering on the way out there. Daniela Reef was powering away at over 275 watts at 30 miles an hour at one stage, just coming off Palani Palani Road, getting out onto the Queen Ka'umanu Highway. So as it stands right now, Fenella Langridge is really sticking to the back wheel of Lucy Charles Barclay, and Lucy's done all the pace setting so far.
Yeah, what I think is as this race has blossomed and we're back, the biggest difference that I see in this event is how many women there are that have raised their game. Daniela, Lucy, these women have put up amazing performances, and everybody has risen to the challenge clearly, because I don't believe we've ever seen this many women in close proximity racing. I mean, like really racing, and I just spoke to Mirinda Coffrey. I said, honestly, I'm standing here watching these women go out, and I thought I was watching a sprint race.
Oh.
They were up and after it. It was fantastic. And to see that many women who have responded, they've raised their game, and they're putting on a show for us. And love it.
Polly,
Love it.
You set the benchmark like years ago in your racing, and the first person to go under 9 hours, in the women's race. And I remember back in 1988 when you went 9:11 or 9:01 or whatever it was. That was amazing. You are the, Queen of Kona, 8 times world champion. but these women now are really challenging it. They come from the short distance, the Olympic distance background. We've got so many Olympians in the the crowd today. Daniela Reef, there's Sarah True,
Annie Hall.
They've done so well at that short distance, but they are now, transporting and just like getting over and getting into this different distance at a very hard pace. Well coached, well trained, and now science and data are starting to take over. We'll see on Saturday. We'll talk about that on Saturday. But right now you can see the level has gone up, and they're really pushing the edge of what is humanly possible.
Exactly. I think we can always compare from many years ago to now, but we're living in a different world. We're living with different technologies, and different athletes are truly showing. I mean, these women are remarkable athletes. Things have come, and it's not that anything is necessarily better or worse. We were at the cutting edge of what we were doing back in the day, right, Greg? We thought we were pretty cutting edge, with a heart rate monitor and a watch. So. But I will say that it's so impressive, and it's hard not to continue to be a fan of the sport when you see this and you read about it. And also, might I just say, the personalities now, we just love it. It's like all these great personalities. These athletes are wonderful. The whole landscape has changed. We have the opportunity to get to know them better. We have more insight into everything. So I think this is just a dream world to be a fan in the sport right now.
Yeah, it really is, and social media taking over as well. They're their own journalists, they've got their own brands, and they're out there plugging away. Lucy Charles-Barclay is now setting the pace at the front. She's almost 20 miles into this year's VinFast Ironman World Championship. You're enjoying, enhanced coverage at ironmannow.com. Stick with us throughout the day. We have major stories coming forward your way as the women are now on the Queen Ka'umanu Highway, and they are pushing the limits. Lucy Charles-Barclay, Fenella Langridge have got out to a great start. Daniela Reef, Annie Hauger riding as a big old group in there. But I did want to make mention of the US athletes, right? Sarah True, Chelsea Sordaro, we've got Heather Jackson, Sky Munch. They're all in there wanting that USA, title, but they do stand a great chance of getting on the podium as well.
Yeah, they do, and and just as I look at these women, there are a lot of moms, a lot of new moms that are out there racing, and we can roll that all the way back to Erin Baker. Right, I remember she had her first child, and then she came out later that year to race, and then we had Rinny come back out to race after she had her daughter, and you see Sarah True and Chelsea Sodaro. It's I love that these women are out there racing at a world-class level. They're moms, they're professional athletes, they're role models. Like I said, the personalities, we're in that era of being able to get a good sense of personalities and role models. I think they're just amazing role models for women everywhere.
Yeah,
now.
They really are.
Yeah,
so
they
I think
really are.
Yeah, I think that Dee Dee's wanting to weigh in here and ask a couple of questions. Dee Dee, what have you got to say about that?
Yeah.
I just wanted to bend Paula's ear just a little bit as an 8-time champion at this race. Obviously, you touched on the historical significance of the women having the course to themselves. But talk to me, Paula, about what it would have felt like, perhaps in retrospect, for you to break the tape and what it means to have a woman be the first across the line here today in racing.
Thanks, Dee Dee. And hi to you and Michael, doing an amazing job as always, so thank you. I think it would have been amazing to be out front, leading this race, completely leading this race with nothing but clear road ahead, and to have the focus on the women. I mean, look, we certainly didn't have as many women racing professionally in the years that I was racing. So it's, it would have been wonderful. Of course it would have been wonderful. But I think it really is significant right now. And I'm glad that we're here And I think it's important that we're here because these women, there are so many of them right at the front end. It's like they have to have and need to have the course to themselves and to be able to break that tape.
Okay, that's great, Paula. Again, I just wanted to hear from someone that's gotten to break the tape for the women, what it means to be able to be the very first to cross the line, and just touch on that historical significance again, because it's something that you set the bar so high, and the bar continues to rise, and it's great to see, and it's great to finally have a woman be the first to cross the line here today. So thank you for those insights. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Dee Dee. In fact, the bar is up there. I look up, I'm not sure I can even see it anymore. It is fantastic. I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it. And by the way, it's like there are so many women up there, and that's, I think for me as a woman who's been in the sport, is what is most thrilling is to see how many women have raised their game and really taken the sport to a new level. And I think these kinds of initiatives that showcase the women is one of the reasons why we're seeing so many women do such amazing things. Yeah.
That's exactly right there, Paula. And, today the Pacific Ocean was the scene. It was all set. It got underway at 6:25 this morning with our Women's Pro. But all of our women's swim waves got underway nicely this morning, and then it went through the end with a couple of our men's waves today. The last wave of the day was the 25 to 29 age group male athletes, and they were fantastic. This is probably and undoubtedly one of the fastest age groups in our men's. That's why they were strategically put at the end of the day today, and they went off at 7:40 a.m. Each one of the athletes are on chip time, so they're starting from their chip time, right? They have 2 hours and 20 minutes to get through the swim and 17 hours to complete the race course. But Paula, just on a beautiful morning here, the Pacific Ocean was just glistening. And the Mount Hualalai was right there for them. No clouds on top.
None.
It's going to be a warm one.
I think maybe I have no idea what's happening. As you know, we can be sitting here in total calmness, and they can be being blown off their bikes up at Harvey. You never know. So we'll see what the trade winds decide to do, and if they decide to stay calm for the day. I am, of course, as I'm sitting here today, desperately watching and hoping and looking out for Chris Nikic. He's staying just a few doors down in the hotel, and boy, he looks fit, he looks strong. I just so whilst we're watching all this action in the women's pro race, I know that I'm on the edge of my seat today watching him, because I really would love to see this young man make it today. It would be so, speaking of significant, that would be an amazing, amazing accomplishment that I think is meaningful in a manner that just, it transcends so much. So I'm rooting for him out there.
Yeah, exactly, Paula, well said. And that she is referring to Chris Nikic, who is the first Down syndrome athlete to finish and complete the Ironman distance race, and the first Down syndrome athlete to attempt the VinFast Ironman World Championship. All right, for Paula Newby-Fraser, I'm Greg Welch. We're down here at the finish line. The VinFast Ironman World Championship in 2022 is underway. Lots of action out there. We're going to throw it back to you guys, and between Paula and I, we've got 9 world titles.
Well done, Greg. That's true. Correct.
Good work, Greg.
Correct as usual with that math. Into town. So fast forward 2 hours down the road, and you're coming back on the other side of the highway. If you look up and you see that, you can pretty well calculate that you're going to have one of the toughest run conditions on the day. And reason is, it is sure 81 or 88. It's going to feel hot and steamy with that amount of sun exposure.
I was going to say, at this point, the athletes aren't necessarily thinking that far into the future, but I see those clouds in the distance. I think those were the morning clouds that are moving out. What the athletes are going to be looking for as they roll back into town is for the afternoon clouds to come on in. If they don't see them, they know it's going to be one hot smoking marathon. But right now, with no wind and no cloud cover, these athletes are warming up out here on the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway as they head towards Kauai High. And we look at the first chase group, the back and forth between Lauren Brandon and Rebecca Clark. They have given up another 40 seconds to the leaders of Fenella Langridge and Lucy Charles Barkley, and are losing time to the group coming from behind, but holding their own and taking turns back and forth.
There you go, and it's interesting to watch. Keep an eye on those splits and see how they grow. A lot of talent that still hasn't shown their face on camera, but right now, Rebecca Clark from New Zealand getting a nice escort at the moment by Lauren Brandon, and this is a shot where if you get out on this highway and you ride, Dee Dee, you've seen this, you can kind of later on start to ask yourself, am I going uphill or downhill?
Yes.
And that illusion that you're seeing now can be exacerbated by wind in your face or wind at your back. And you're sort of confused and disoriented by that. This is still early to feel those sensations, but this highway is very much a mental challenge to overcome as well.
Well, and talk about how those sensations change throughout the day. When you're fresh, when your blood sugar's high, when your emotions are a little more in check in the early stages, you might feel like you have it together. It's later on in the day when you're getting a little fatigued, you're getting a little overheated, that those uncertainties definitely tend to play a role.
There you go, and this is so true. It could be a look inside your need to have a Morton gel or grab a Gatorade, because you do need to keep fueled up and you do need to adjust as you go. Here's the opportunity to ditch your bottles that are empty and your trash. 8 stations only, and a reminder from a rule standpoint, if you ever drop a bottle outside an aid station on purpose, well, that's the same as doing what we call drafting, and they'll give you a 5-minute penalty or a blue card, and you're in big trouble. You got to stop and serve that penalty on the course. So really important to show up at the aid stations, ditch the trash there and within sight of the aid station. That way our volunteers can help keep this island pristine and beautiful, and we can keep on getting invited back. So just a little rules tidbit there as we roll through the aid station.
And I gotta do a take back here, Michael, because I said that Fenella Langridge was going to sit in and not do any work. Why would she? But she said, "Oh no, Dee Dee, you are 100% wrong." She has gone past Lucy Charles Barkley, showing no deference to the podium finisher on 3 separate occasions here at this race. And she says, you know what? I'm strong enough. I'm going to take a turn. I'm going to try to stretch out this lead that we've got going against the rest of the professional women's field.
There you go. And it's back to Daniela Reef. It's so fun also to get these perfect side angles, some of these front side angles where you get to compare and contrast the positions that we're seeing these women in and watching them on their bikes and how different everything they do is. One thing that you've kind of often seen with Daniela Reef is that she tends to choose power over aerodynamics. It doesn't mean she's not aerodynamic, but if there's a slight chance of getting more hip angle, wider open hip angle, she tends to take it, and that's why you see her with one of the best back half splits ever in this race, coming home faster. She does that because she can.
And she looks like typical traditional Daniela Reef, grinding a really solid gear here. She's got the solid forearm rests there for her arms. And we're actually gonna throw to Matt, because I think he may be with Daniela at the moment. I'm not sure. Matt, where are you?
Thanks, Dee Dee. Yeah, I am with this group that is 6 athletes. Haley Chura in the back.
Chase group of Jocelyn McCauley, Lisa Norden, Sky Munch, Chelsea Sodaro, and Sarah Crowley. So as I had said, the Lauren Brandon and Rebecca Clark losing time to both groups, about to get swallowed by Chase Group 2. So now Chase Group 2 is going to get a lot bigger. By 2.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger. As we come back here to Daniela Reef, who's making a pass here. She's got those same rules, 25 seconds to get around. You've got to get the front wheel in front of the rider you're passing, and then that athlete needs to drop back. The rules state that very specifically. You can't once that front wheel is in front of yours, you've been overtaken and you have to drop back. It is your responsibility. A little deep dive into the rules as we progress. Daniela Reef, I feel good about seeing her push this hard, kind of this early. I know that typically her strength comes on and really shines on the back half of a race, where we see her really start to drop some of those folks that are clinging on to her pace. But meanwhile, back here at the front of the race, we'll come in here, you know, and take a nice close look, right, of Fenella Langridge here at wearing that bib number 12. And it's cool to see, get a close look, really fun camera work, I think, as you see the disc brakes. You see that glossy paint job as well. It's always fun to see what they're doing with the paint jobs on these rigs, but really it's fun to see. Does she look good to you? She looks pretty controlled still.
She looks very relaxed to me, and you can see every time she has the opportunity, and this is an athlete that really feeds off the crowd. Every time we've seen her in proximity to any other human being, and maybe a couple of donkeys and goats out there, she's really engaged, and she is drawing energy off of the spectators around her and just really having fun with it. It's an athlete who absolutely loves to race. Again, is she all the way at Kauai High already? I believe this group may be the Kauai High turn.
Not yet. This is
not quite.
Yeah, not quite. But we're getting closer, and as we get closer, Daniela Reef is also getting closer. Her last split has also kind of chiseled back a little bit more time. So notable, she's only 5:33 back. Continuing to just chisel away at that deficit and minimize it. But yeah, we're getting there. That was that penalty tent we talked about. As you come in here, you'll see athletes abruptly pull over and jump into that tent, disgruntled and angry, stand down for 5 minutes.
I swear I didn't do it.
Card. Yeah, it's always best to just, you have all the lessons learned, or do you think you have all the lessons learned? So time will tell.
She's a smart rookie. She spent some time out here in early September. She came out with a training partner or two to spend some time on the course. She knew she was a rookie. She wanted to take it all in, really study the course and learn what she was getting in for. Of course, training it on your own is quite different than the situation she finds herself in now, which is in the middle of a very dicey group going through a tight section. We're going to throw it on to Matt because I believe he's with Chelsea Sodaro. Matt, what are you seeing?
I'm not with Chelsea Sodaro. I'm with Sarah Crowley, who has stopped on the side of the road in that penalty box. So she has got, from my count, it's a 5-minute penalty. She's been here over 30 seconds. As far as I can tell. We'll pause here for a second to make sure that's the case. But she did get an infraction for what would appear to be drafting or a position foul that is equivalent to a 5-minute penalty, which is a blue card, which is essentially a drafting penalty. Again, it's pretty tough in those groups to keep your distance. It's a dynamic that a lot of these athletes are not used to, and Sarah Crowley hasn't raced in a field like this in a long time. So she, whether or not she, as Michael, I believe you said, mistakenly went into the draft zone and then went out, whatever that is, she did get a 5-minute penalty. So I'm going to go. We see Jimmy Riccatello to our left is walking up to Sarah Crowley to talk this through a little bit, and I'm going to get more details from Jimmy Riccatello and get back to you guys when I can.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Oh, look, Laura Phillip.
Laura Phillip is stopping as well, guys. Laura Phillip.
This is exactly what we talked about.
Yeah, we have Laura Phillip has also stopped, so I'm going to get more detail here on Laura. You can see her right now. She is signing her name next to her number where her penalty is. Jimmy Riccatello is talking to all these riders and athletes on the other side, so it does look like, so you can see that the volunteer is putting that red X, so that means she has one penalty right now. So she has, it looks like she's not looking like she's going anywhere. So again, this is a 5-minute penalty unless I hear differently or unless we see Laura move away. So two of our favorites, two people that I had picked for my podium, standing on a penalty box right now, guys.
Shame, and this is exactly what happens when we talk about it abruptly. And the big difference here is none of these women is used to sort of the density on the Queen K that they're experiencing now. So the density of grouped together talent, and it's not to say we haven't had great Konas. We have had many, many amazing Konas, but as Paula Newby-Fraser references, you and I have referenced, Dee, there's just more women that are all together, and it is a whole different game, so to speak, to navigate keeping 12 meters, not more, because if you have 8 women or 6 women or 4 women and you have 12 meters, you go to 14 just to be safe. Well, somebody can pull in.
Yes.
And so it is something that you have to just really monitor. And it is nerve-wracking because you want to focus on doing what is the proper output from a watt standpoint, focus on where the other athletes are. Like now, these two have 2.
Right.
Easier to navigate 1 and 2 versus 1 through 6 or 8.
Yet, but I'll tell you what, Laura was quite upset, and she had a lot of encouragement from athletes and people spectating that, you know what, just what you guys were saying, this race has been won off a penalty. In 5 minutes, goes like that on the run, and the run is her weapon, and she's overpassing Susie Cheatham at the moment right now. So Laura Phillip, as I said, in tears in that penalty tent. She's an athlete that wears her heart on her sleeves and does this because of the love of the sport. So she's hurting right now, but this is the time where you see those athletes literally shake it off. You shaking the head of the helmet, get your head back in the game, get up the road. Now, silver linings. She's not influenced by anybody else on this bike ride. She's been training by herself. She's been training indoors, outdoors, on her own. She loves training by herself. She's told me before this race that she would be okay riding on her own. 100% this is not the situation or the scenario she thought she would be doing that in, but that's where she's at. And she's a pro, and she is an absolute fighter. She's overcome some situations this year, and she's in a spot to try to overcome that 5-minute penalty, and she's got open road ahead of her, a lot of athletes that she can catch, but Laura Phillip trying to get her head back in the game, guys.
So heartbreaking for Laura Phillip. Of course, she was one of our favorites for the 2021 Ironman World Championship in St. George. And of course, the day she was meant to travel, tested positive for COVID and had to sit that one out. So a little bit more heartbreak from Laura Phillip. But to your point, Matt, she's just got to get herself back together, get the focus on, and realize it's a long day. She's got to play the long game here.
I think it's tricky too, Didi, because what he said was trying to get back in the game. It's really important to get back in the game, but it's equally important not to try and get back to where you were, because nobody at any point had planned to do a 5-minute a surge to erase a 5-minute deficit. You sit down at 35 miles for 5 minutes. You just have to go back to what you were doing when you stopped. If you try and, in other words, what was your power out, Pat, when you pull over? Don't worry about the position. Just go back and execute. This is when it really comes onto the shoulders of an athlete to say, how did Tim, Paula, Luke, all these people win this race with a penalty? Because they may have used a little extra fuel to get back into it, but don't completely rewrite the script.
But how hard is that, Michael, in the moment, right? When you're in the moment, it's really, really hard to adapt that mentality, but that's the challenge before them.
And that's that's why they say that Ironman racing is such a mental sport, or the effort and the demand on the mental side is so important, because clearly they've all got the physical tools, but you've really got to you've got to have that toolbox. You've got to reach in there and say, this is not ideal. Anyone, if you think you can handle erasing a 5-minute deficit to the people you were not able to drop before, you're not thinking straight. So it's just, you have to, and again, I agree with you, it's not easy to do. It's a simple step though. But as we come back here to the front of the race here, and we're looking at
here
the
we
likes
are at Kauai High.
of Lucy Charles Barclay in front of Fenella Langridge. As these two come in, they're going to make a hard left turn and then get about a mile downhill where they zoom in to the harbor and hang a hard right and start the climb up to Hawaii and the famous turnaround in the small village there atop the North Kohala coast. But Didi, this is it now. It's on. It's got to be a little bit of a challenge here, a little bit of a sort out there, and I really respect how she races. We got a good close look at her a couple times, didn't we, Didi? Back in the day of virtual racing throughout the early stages of the pandemic, she came on and raced indoors and really shared the personality of athlete, mom, wife, comedian. You know what I mean?
She had some knock jokes on there, didn't she? Yeah, she's got quite the sense of humor.
They talk about dad jokes, but she really rocked it there. So here we are, and this is where you look, you're level, you're flat, you're at a low point here of this section of the course, and you're going to take a right. And once you take a right, it begins the gradual 17-mile climb up to Hawaii. Here it is, and it's only gradual in its nature. 3 to 7% for most of the hills. There are some downhills, but this, I would say, at least from my view, you're about an hour and 45 minutes into the race, and yes, you can still handle a lot more, but now you start to say, oh gosh, it does feel warm. Oh, there is a breeze. Oh, I better drink more Gatorade. And by the way, calories, are they on? Are they off? This is really just kind of a get real early stage.
It is, and the other thing that's important about this particular stage of the race, they've just gone through, they've made the turn off the Queen Ka'aumanu Highway, descending down into Kauai High. at that point, there's a lot of spectators there, so they will have gotten some information. They will have shouted out that, hey, Laura Phillip got a penalty. Hey, Sarah Crowley got a penalty. And the athletes may make decisions. You know, you talked about this stretch up to Hawaii. The athletes will make decisions based on the information that they got at Kauai Harbor and what is developing around them. That's the first chance they've gotten for some outside influence, some information, and that's going to form their decisions as they go through this next sort of segment of the bike course.
Yes, correct. Now we are back here at a nice look at Lucy Charles Barclay, kind of getting that side-to-side rhythmic rock of her shoulders. And this, when you look back, now you know what I'm talking about with the hills, Dee Dee, because Fenella Langridge is up on the bar. She is not in the aero bar. She is up out of that. You're not paying a major aerodynamic price. You may love to actually have the power that comes with sitting up. Nice chance to break. So here we are watching again as we rock down into Kauai High. This is the mile downhill. You get quite a bit of speed here. You saw 36 miles per hour on that moto speedometer. But as we kind of roll into this section, you'll see what we just talked about. The group is going to have to dynamically adjust at 40 miles an hour. Someone might ask me, hey, you know what? I just saw a water bottle or a Gatorade bottle hit the ground. Is that a 5-minute penalty? Well, that was accidental. It bounced out, and it's not good. But I'm going to say this. When it pops out like that, it is something that is unintentional drafting. It could be just a 1-minute penalty if he gets caught.
And our VinFast performance graphic analysis here showing our vehicle here traveling at 44 miles an hour. Obviously, we're in a downhill section here, so athletes picking up some speed on this downhill section into Kauai Harbor before they make that right-hand turn and climb up to Hawaii. This is Jocelyn McCauley leading that chase group.
Great stuff, 47 miles an hour on that speedy part of the course. And Lisa Norton said, too slow for me. As a Swedish national time trial champion and a superstar on the bike, she is one of those that just gets into a beautiful position, sticks it, and rolls. Overall, a great athlete, junior world champion at ITU, second place at the Olympics, and then obviously coming into this distance and really shaking things up. A fun athlete, a fun rookie. She said that Kona's on her bucket list, so she joins millions with that statement. But it's cool to see her caliber of athlete talk about bucket lists.
Yeah, funny to consider this World Championship event a bucket list item for sure, but a heap of talent here in this athlete chasing her way, hopefully towards the front of this race to these two women. That's Lucy Charles Barclay and Fenella Langridge. Trading leads back and forth, working together. Lucy might be surprised to have company at this point, but I think she might actually be grateful for it.
Tailwind and back in your face again on that fast descent.
Yeah, the road follows the coastline around, sort of towards the right, hugs the volcano, hugs the coastline up to the turn in Hawaii, and that's normally a consideration when there's some wind, but early on, it didn't look like there was much wind. There wasn't much cloud cover. We could see the volcanoes, and it looks, as Rini said, there's no white caps out on the water. It looks beautiful conditions for biking, but if it stays like this, it'll be a brutal marathon, I think, because, a little bit of wind was always welcome on the marathon course.
Yeah, exactly. Right there, Craig. Rini, let's talk about the race dynamic right now because, coming out of the water there, we had Lucy Charles Barclay with a little bit of a lead who'd lost it with a little bit of a slower transition. Fenella Langridge came right up onto the back there, riding along nicely. Then we had a couple of groups. We had Laura Brand. We had also Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. Now they're losing time and being swallowed up by the next group of Jocelyn McCauley and a few of the others. Unfortunately, Sarah Crowley from that group has gotten a penalty. We'll get to that later on. And then also Laura Phillip. So unfortunately for those two, suffering an early penalty. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. And then we have Daniela Reef and her group making their way toward this second group right now. So the chasers and the chasing is on.
Absolutely, yeah. We have Daniela's group just creeping up ever so slightly. But what is the most interesting part of that is that Annie Haag is hanging in. She looks great. She's riding right there with Daniela. Whether Daniela's biding her time and going to really burn, put the afterburners on for the last 80K or so remains to be seen. But at the moment, I'm liking the way Annie's sitting, and with Laura Phillip getting that drafting penalty, that really changes some things.
Yeah, both of you know about fast running because Marinda is still the course record holder in a 250 marathon here in Kailua Kona, and Craig Alexander running many times under 245 out on the Queen K Highway as well. Now we're approaching the North Kahala end of town here, Craig. You know this very well. Look at that. They are blowing slightly. They haven't really, got to that that straight horizontal position where we know that the wind is howling its heads off. Not today. The trade winds have not turned up. What does that mean for the race dynamic?
Yeah, I think it's interesting dynamic. Obviously, it's quicker conditions. You always get some breeze up there, but that's what we'd consider pretty light, almost no wind compared to what you can get, particularly if the trade winds, as you mentioned, blow up, which they haven't for a long time now. I don't know if the seasons are changing in Kona, but I mean, during my racing days, that's typically what we got, or every now and again a bit more. But I think, it's just a waiting game to see. It was a big blow for Laura. She looked amazing in that group with Danny and Annie. Just looked comfortable, and we know what kind of a marathon that she can roll at. It's a weapon. As Rini mentioned, Annie's hanging in well with Danny, and they're creeping up ever so slightly. And Danny, as we know, her MO on this course is to bide her time, and she does most of her best work in the back half.
And there you can see on Laura's bike there, she got the strike through the number. That means that she has served her time in the penalty tent. Now, Craig and Rini, I posed the question to you right here. The dynamic of the race does change a little bit, but it by no means is over, because it gives them a little bit of a break, in the legs there. All right, when they make the turn at Harvey Town, when they're making their way back into town here, that's where the real race happens. Just after that 60-mile mark, people start to fall apart a little bit. The strong cyclists come to the front, and they turn that into their fruition. That's exactly what they've got to do at the end of the race here, is be able to contain themselves and be patient enough to leave a little bit of gas in the tank for the run. Marinda?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, on the converse side of not having that crosswind across your shoulder, usually you get a screaming tailwind as well at the start of the right after the turnaround coming down from Harvey. They're not going to get that, and that was sort of a nice little reprieve. You're basically spinning out of gears sometimes. So I don't know if they'll get that as much. I mean, you are still descending, so you have that in your favor. But I'm excited to see the back half of the bike here and see how who makes the moves.
Yep. I hope you're enjoying enhanced coverage today at IronmanNow.com. You're watching live exclusively right here. This is Marinda Carfree, the three-time Ironman world champion, and Craig Alexander, three-time Ironman world champion from Australia as well. Craig, when they make that turn at Harvey Town, what is the speed they're coming down from Harvey, and how nervous are you holding onto the bars and staying in position whilst trying to get that nutrition in?
I think it's a lot harder when there's wind. I think the key is to stay down on the bars, stay low, keep pedaling, try and stay under the wind and be as slippery as possible. They're still going to hit speeds over 70, 75 kilometres an hour coming down that hill, especially when you make the turn at Harvey Town. It's a little climb through special needs, and then it's a six mile straight descent, about 4 or 5% decline. So they'll hit some big speeds down there. And like you mentioned, Greg, that's, we're getting to mid-morning now. The temperatures are getting up.
And look what's already overhead.
Yeah.
We're downtown in Kailua Kona. It's going to be a beautiful run this afternoon because the cloud coverage is already building up, but not so much on the bike course. It won't build up out there. We face a different way here. We are facing in the southerly position. As they make their way back into town, the clouds will come. But out there on the bike course right now, the only thing that they can enjoy is a little bit of wind that they're causing. Okay, if we got benign conditions, it just means they're still getting the wind from the pedaling speed that they're at. All right, you mentioned that they're going to come down at 75k. We'll turn that into, I'm bilingual, so we'll go 40 miles an hour.
40 to 45 miles an hour.
40 to 45 miles an hour, Craig. Well
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Marinda, the ladies right now, give us an idea of just exactly how they're going. This is Laura and Brandon.
That actually is Jocelyn McCauley.
Sorry,
Hate
Jocelyn
to correct you
McCauley.
there.
Yeah, they're riding the same bikes.
Same bike,
yeah.
the Ventum.
So, just check out the wheels and the position and how she's doing.
Yeah, the ladies are obviously looking great, but Jocelyn McCauley's there in that first chase pack. She's been racing well all year long, and she has a little one at home, actually 2 kids at home cheering her on, so I know that she's taking some motivation from family. But she seems to be pushing the pace here. But what I wanted to ask Crowe is, if you're Laura Philipp and you just got a penalty, what do? Do you burn a match now, or do you just keep racing your race?
I think she's just got to keep racing her race, because I think there'll be some of the girls with Danny who are just hanging on at the moment, and Danny won't slow down, as we know, and she may even speed up a little bit. What we've seen with her over the years is she does a lot of her best riding after the turn. Coming down that descent, a lot of people who are on the limit like to free wheel or get a break. She won't. She'll go for the throttle a little more. So I think that group may split after the turn, and I think if you're Laura Philipp, you've just got to ride. There's going to be no benefit to being in a group or not being in a group. I mean, to your point, if it was earlier on, potentially you would burn a match and try and get back to the group. There's always the benefits of pacing and just mentally having company. But I mean, Laura still looks great. She still looks super smooth. She looks beautiful on a bicycle and a beautiful runner as well. So it's such a long day. Not ideal for her or Sarah to get that 5-minute penalty, but I think that group will start splintering on the descent back into Kauai High. The temperature starts going up and the speeds will go up.
That's exactly where, if any wind is going to show up on the day, we'll find out about it when it just, vacuums through that funnel in between Mauna Loa and right up near Harvey as well. You've got those two peaks. They sit up at about 13,400. Got Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa, and then from the windward side of the island, which is the Hilo side of the island. So it generally goes east to west right through there, but they might get a little bit of help coming down from Harvey. All right, Laura Philipp getting out of the water. I wanted to tell you guys, this morning when she came through the body marking, in our body marking show, she was the most bubbly, the most excited, and she had an air of confidence about her today. I'm really rating her today.
Absolutely, yeah. She was definitely very high on my radar, certainly for a podium. Whether she could take the win or not was the question, and I still have her up there, even with the 5-minute penalty. Now she just needs to stay cool, calm, and collected, and race her race. It might even be a benefit to be out of that mix of Daniela and Annie, right, shoulder to shoulder. She now just can focus on herself, go internal, and this is how she races best.
Yeah.
She usually races by herself, off the front, moving through, and then off the front in the run. This woman has been a phenomenal talent. In the last few years.
Yeah, it really has. And as we can see, the wind is right down at the moment. This is benign. This is going to work out really, really well for everyone here today. Great shots of Lucy Charles and Fenella Langridge just cresting the hill here. You'll see the heat haze coming off the road here, and just a beautiful day to be racing out there. The conditions are great, and the athletes are also doing a magnificent job. Just approaching that 3-hour mark, what is the nutrition and how do they sustain it?
Yeah, well, I think it's key now because the temperature's getting up. Race morning here is usually beautiful, especially now the gun goes off 6:25, a little earlier. You get out on the course the first 25 miles. It's a beautiful and fun part of the race because it's cooler, but the temperatures will climb. It's going to be hot today. We can already feel it here in town. And that's why Laura, I think, is still demands our attention as a podium finisher, because I think in this heat, if the heat gets to where we think it's going to get today and the humidity, her marathon will bring her back into contention. But yeah, they need to be fueling, and I mean, fueling and pacing will be in the front of these girls' minds from the very start of the bike. And of course, now as they're starting to fatigue, and as you guys know, it's not typically about speeding up, but it's about even splitting. You want to be able to back end this bike ride and your marathon and not have your pace drop off a cliff, as they say. So part of that is having paced the first half very well, and obviously your hydration and your fueling throughout the whole entirety of the 112 miles.
Correct. And also, Marinda, I wanted to ask you about core and heat regulation, core management, core temperature management. I've already seen the ladies going through the aid stations. They go to their front water bottles. They put a whole bottle of water in there. They save about a quarter of it. They throw it over their back. You can see it over the front as well, down the legs. Just to, these suits will actually hold a little bit of the water in, and with that wind, it actually helps them cool down a little bit. Also on the run, what did you do? Was there ice going in the cap? Was there ice, cooling down those big glands? And
absolutely. And I think you go through the aid stations, and usually the bottles are ice cold. So that's a really nice way to cool yourself on the bike. It doesn't last long, though. It feels like, a minute later you're back to your same heat. But on the run, more importantly, when you are running, you want to hit every single aid station. You want to douse yourself with water and take as much ice as you can. For me, it was down the top, down the pants, at every aid station, and then also holding ice in your hands. That sort of helped to keep my core body temperature down and allow me to continue to race at at the best level I could in these conditions.
All right, Jocelyn McCauley pushing away up toward Harvey right now. Looks like she's got about another 10 miles or so to get up there. Now, the steepest part is about 3 miles outside of Harvey. It's only a couple of mile push. Then they get that little bit of a, respite as they go back down into Harvey. They do that U-turn, Craig. Once they come out of the U-turn, they're going to be able to get their special needs bags. What are in the special needs bag, and how important is it to pick it up? I've seen a couple of people drop them and actually slow down and stop and go back and get it, because that's how important that special needs is to get on board.
Yeah, I think every athlete has their favourite nutrition that works well for them. Obviously, the other 364 days of the year, you're training or using something else, and I think most athletes prefer whatever it is that's their preference. So it does pay to practice a little bit with what they offer on course. I think that's always a good strategy, but no doubt these athletes will have potentially a Red Bull or some flat Coke in special needs, or something for a little kick, as well as an electrolyte drink of choice. And the bikes these days are so integrated. You don't see as many external drink bottles, but there's a lot of internal bladders or drink bottles. All the nutrition is tucked right in nicely, so it's nice and narrow but easily accessible. And yeah, this is a very interesting part of the course, because it's quite undulating but stepping up here, and then there's that sustained climb that you talked about with an aid station at the top. And usually at that point you've finished going through all the cuttings that we see, and then it's that just gradual climb with the grass up to the sort of saddle of the volcano on your right, and bending to your right towards Harvey Town. And that's just a sustained climb for about 5 or 6 miles, and then a little bit of respite before you make the turn into Harvey Town a mile, and then you hit special needs on the way out. So a crucial part of the course, and that'll be on all these athletes' minds now, not only making the turn but hitting the special needs station. You call your number on the way in and grab your bag on the way out.
Yeah, and they're getting radio ahead as well. So Lucy Charles making her way up toward Harvey. It's a beautiful day to be a tourist out there on that scenic highway up toward Harvey. You look out to the left-hand side, and no, folks, it's not the Big Island. It's Maui.
Yeah.
It's Haleakala, the tallest mountain over there. It's over 10,000 feet. And it's a whopper, absolutely gorgeous on a day like today. But on the way back there, Marinda, you don't want to take your eye off the road, because it can be quite fast, very technical, but it is important to get your nutrition in on the way down too. Lucy Charles pushing away up toward Harvey, looking great, just pumping those pedals right now. What is the wattage of someone like Lucy Charles right now?
Probably, I would say Lucy's probably riding around 220 to 240 watts. That would be my guess for someone of her height and stature. But yeah, she's doing fantastic. Well, she is holding off. Her and Fenella are holding off that second pack with Lisa Norden. They're holding about even, and then the Daniela pack is starting to creep up. But Lucy is doing what she does best. She's leading this race, and she's just leaving it all out there.
All right, Lucy Charles is leading the charge here on the Big Island, the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship. Fenella Langridge is doing well to hang in there. Daniela Reef and Annie Haug riding alongside of each other. Yep, they've won the last 2 titles here on the Big Island. That's it from here out in Kailua Kona. We're going to throw it back to you guys on behalf of Craig Alexander and Marinda Carfrae. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Greg, Marinda, and Craig. Incredible insight as always, and can't wait to hear from you again. I want to say this. We are lucky to have these amazing aerial images provided to us by Qatar Airways. Take a look at that. That's Fenella Langridge from way up high, chasing down the likes of Lucy Charles Barclay. We are about, let's say 52 miles into the full gas bike course here at the VinFast Ironman World Championship, and very little has changed. These two putting some time into the chasers, staying together, swapping the lead, and even though we talk about a little bit of winds picking up, they've got great conditions, Dee Dee. They're not being slowed down, period.
No, I think these bike splits are going to be incredibly fast today. I mean, obviously, there's still over 60 miles of riding to go here on the full gas bike course, but at this stage, certainly it is setting up for a lightning fast day on the bike. And our biggest development, obviously, Greg, touched on it, is that Daniela Reef's group is closing in on the chasers. So that group of 6 chasers is about to be joined by the likes of some of our race favorites, obviously, Daniela Reef, Annie Haug, and Sarah Svenk among that group as well. So going to add 3 more competitors to that chase group, that gap less than a minute at the last timing, Matt. So we're going to get another timing check very, very shortly as Lucy Charles-Barkley and Fenella Langridge headed towards that 50-mile marker. That will be our next split update. But these two holding their own, but that chase pack behind them getting larger and larger as we speak.
And what will happen when it grows to full capacity? Because that's, again, some interesting dynamics. Take a nice look there as you still see that rhythm, that rock and that roll, the shoulders of Lucy Charles-Barkley, and back to Daniela Reef. These two making it a go. And you got to navigate that. You've got to kind of adjust, right? So big pack, keep yourself out of trouble.
Well, we've already seen the consequences of big pack riding in our professional women's race. Again, historic numbers of professionals towing the line here today in our women's only event here on Thursday. I believe that's Daniela Blymel. I'm going to guess bib number 19.
Great.
Yeah, she looks fantastic. Wonderful aerodynamics. A strong rider. Another one of our inspiring mothers out in the field. But a phenomenal athlete doing the job here. Looks great on a bicycle. But we've seen the consequences of what is evolving in our women's racing. It's just the depth of athletes, the quality of athletes, and the sheer number of athletes now creating these larger packs, and some of what this race is all about. Any of these athletes at these levels, it can be extraordinary through this point in time. And yes, we've seen some dynamics play out. We've seen some penalties assessed. We've seen some athletes not in the position we thought they would be. Daniela with maybe a slower swim than we thought we would have expected out of her. But the race really, truly hasn't yet begun.
I mean, I wouldn't be off base saying I bet Matt Lieto could have still been sitting in with these women up till about now, and then he gets spit out at the turn. It's funny though, because we do talk about that. So look at the miles. So they're actually almost at 60 miles. So those two athletes, when they're nearly at the 60-mile point, and then when they get down and they kind of turn. Well, sorry, so when they turn around, they are going to have just done all this climbing, 17 miles of upward trend from Kawaihae. Somehow, in a weird twist of Kona magic, they don't actually get all that downhill. You don't turn around and sort of speed up. You still have to work. It's wild. And folks, you'll see what I'm talking about when you join us on that descent. But the descent after the first 6 miles, you're still going to have to push it and get up out of the saddle to get over those humps.
Oh, absolutely. And as the fatigue builds, those humps become sort of more monumental. What seemed like rollers going out seem a lot more significant going back. But again, we can see a couple of light high clouds, but really no cloud cover. And when you can see it on the face of Chelsea Sodaro, she is quickly turning the color of that kit.
Yeah, well-coordinated color scheme there. Reaching in and pulling out a bag of tricks out of the stash. And one other brilliant thing that's happened over the years, sort of evolution of triathlon kits, is that you can find your blocks, your chews, your Morton gels, and find them in actually designed pockets inside your race kit, right? So your secret pocket, instead of just stuffing it in there, the kit manufacturers putting aerodynamic fabric on the outside and putting secret hideaway compartments on the inside. We'll call that the Patrick Longa, because I feel like he was one of those leading edge kit interior pocket guys.
And he used him to his advantage by putting ice in there, really, against the skin, keep that core temperature down as we look at this chase group of Lisa Norden at the front, Jocelyn McCauley sitting second wheel, Sky Munch and Chelsea Sodaro, who's getting some snacks on board, sitting at the back end of that pack. But what I didn't see from that overhead shot are the likes of Lauren Brandon and Rebecca Clark, so they may have been ejected from that group. We'll wait for the next timing mat update to get that full shakeout, but some splintering of that large group happening even now, and a lot of miles left to ride.
Wow, it's going to be interesting to see too with light wind, or the reports from our spotters, i.e. Andrew Messick in Hawaii. There's no wind up there. When they turn, Didi, remember how you've watched a lot of these races, and we've talked a lot about how when you turn around, you've got a downhill coupled with a massive tailwind. We've seen 60 miles an hour going down that hill, 55 miles an hour.
Yep.
Talking about seriously 90K an hour speeds. That is when you start needing big gears and big change to your output, your cadence. This year, it's going to be a little different. You're going to turn, and these women are going to still need to generate big power, big turnover going down. They're just there's a little wind. I saw some wind in those trees. I did see some wind.
I saw a tree move.
They're not leveled flat, but I saw a movement, and that makes me happy. Probably, by the way, we're here in the studio. Probably these athletes, if they could hear us, they'd be screaming at us.
No idea.
There's definitely wind. It's definitely hot.
You don't know my pain.
We don't know your pain. We can't feel you.
We want to make a quick update to the course. A lot of athletes would look at these packs, these lead women through the top 15 even, and see the absence of the name Sarah True. We want to update fans of Sarah. She has unfortunately pulled the plug on the race. We don't exactly know what happened, but Sarah is on her way back to town, unable to carry on. So we'll try to get an update and possibly even some words with Sarah if possible. But Sarah True, one of our certainly top 10 potential athletes out of the race at this point.
Truly a shame to hear that, but I do know she's also not hurt or injured or sick. She is pedaling in and has told the spotters and the network that she wants to pedal in.
She's actually by the Four Seasons there and looking
crazy.
for a ride back into town. I think she's decided not to pedal back in, as I'm being told. But heartbreaking for Sarah True. I think everybody's super excited to have her back out on this race.
Good race. And even if I talk about Laura Phillip and the shame that it is that she got a penalty, it still creates more drama and more excitement to our race. So because I think at this point, either we're going to see her pull out or we're going to see her deliver something exceptional, right? It's extreme left or extreme right, because she can do that. So looking at Laura Phillip, looking at Anna Haug, guess what? She's just there still.
Yep.
She is just there, and you don't want her near you. When the Hoka shoes come out and the feet start to shovel, it is not someone I want to see anywhere near me. I want miles between us.
At least miles, absolutely. As the women have gone through the 50-mile timing, Matt, again, that chase group has separated a little. Jocelyn McCauley, Lisa Norden, Sky Munch, Chelsea Sodaro, Rebecca Clark hanging in there. Lauren Brandon sort of dangling off the back at 20 seconds down, currently in 8th place. And then we look back another less than a minute to Daniela Reif and Daniela Bleimel, et cetera, Annie Haug in that group as well. So as these athletes approach Hawaii and make that turn, athletes get eyeballs on one another. I think we're going to see an explosion and a lot of moves as they descend down from the town of Hawaii.
Our VinFast lead clock on the left side. And this, of course, we are looking at Fenella Langridge. She bottomed out the little trough there, and she's coming up to the peak. And we are going to get the word from Matt, who's wearing pants.
There we go. Fenella Langridge Be huge crowds here cheering on these two athletes. Lucy Charles Barclay puts that knee out, makes that turn around the corner. These athletes are going to be super pumped. They're looking at their clocks right now. They probably took a time off of this VinFast vehicle, and it is going to be a long time till they see any other athletes come in their direction. I'll tell you what, I was around when Fenella Langridge got splits on how far the folks were behind, and she laughed and smiled. She's really excited about the gap that they have. These two athletes definitely cruising. The wind is decent as we look at this VinFast sign behind us. Right now it looks like they were fighting a headwind coming up to Hawi, and it's going to be a screaming fast tailwind. And we know how decisive the descent down from Hawi can be because of the speed. Not a lot of athletes can stay on the top of that gear on this fast descent. If you've got a screaming tailwind, like these athletes are going to have today, it's going to be even harder. They're going to be going even faster down here. So those bigger chain rings are going to be important. But as you saw, Fenella Langridge did move up to the front and was starting to push that pace as maybe she thought Lucy Charles Barclay's pace wasn't quite quick enough. But guys, huge gap for these top two women.
Thank you so much. So much, Matt. I apologize there for the snafu. You're awesome. Great stuff. You know, we keep calling it no wins, and we keep calling it a different way. And I just said to Didi a minute ago, of course there's no win in the studio. So we appreciate you sharing that perspective. We can't wait to see you watch these other women go through. But Fenella Langridge, wow. Who's behind her? Lucy Charles Barclay. Who else, Matt? We'd love to go right back to you and see who's coming through. Take it away.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Lisa Norton just went through. Jocelyn McCauley just pulled through as well. Lisa Norton definitely hit the gas on that last section coming up to Hawi. She's, she's one of the best cyclists in the world, a national champion in a time trial for her. So she definitely has the strength to do that. She's blown up this group a little bit. Chelsea Sodaro coming through here, second or third in this group. And Sky Monch. There we go. We've got two Americans fighting here to try to stay on as best they can. We can see both of those women getting ready, getting rid of bottles, getting ready maybe for special needs. Clearly, obviously, these aid stations are going to be taking advantage of, but special needs is just right up the road. That's one of the reasons we look forward to that turnaround at Hawi is if you gave yourself a little treat earlier in the morning in your special needs bag, you're going to get that here right about now, and as well as the crowd. People are, the athletes are kind of on their own for a long period of time, and they're able to slow down around this turnaround and really get encouragement from the crowd around. But those athletes, Lisa Norton, put on the gas, and she's going to do her best to pull up or bridge up to those other two athletes from behind, guys. But again, this tailwind, I think it's really going to change things up, and it is going to be who has
I'm going to shut you up for a second here, Matt. We've got
RPMs
Lisa Norton in the penalty tent.
Yep.
We've got Lisa Norton pulled over into the penalty tent.
Oh, wow.
She made that aggressive move through there, and just as you were talking, I thought I saw her pull over. Lisa Norton now slapped with a penalty, and she is joined by Jocelyn McCauley in the penalty tent as well.
Absolutely, Matt. Here's the thing: we never.
Okay, Didi, I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna go check and get word on those penalties as soon as we can. You guys will know if it's 30 or not. But a surprise to me to see those two in the tent.
And Matt, this is the thing. We kind of just breezed through this. Jocelyn McCauley, Lisa Norton been together with a lot of women. We're going to go to you, Matt. But here's the thing. They're not used to it. This dynamic is new. Matt, what have you got?
Totally. Yeah, we called it from the beginning, Michael. This dynamic is definitely very, very new, very different for a lot of these women. And it's been 3 years since they've raced all of these talented athletes. Blemheld, Svengt, we have obviously Daniela Reif, and Annie Haug, those last two athletes in that group. But yeah, Michael, we were talking about it yesterday. We were talking about it this morning when those athletes were in the group. They are not used to, a lot of these women are not used to riding in big packs. And that's what we got out of the swim. And that determines kind of how this race is going to go. And, Lucy Charles Barclay has always had an advantage with the fact that she's up the road because she gets time getting fast splits on the swim. But she's on her own. She doesn't have to worry about that. You don't have to be heads up. Like in a race like this, you're trying to decide, I'm going to drink, how I handle this wind. And now you're thinking, oh, wait, that person passed me. Do I have to pass them back? And like the logistics of moving in a group of 4 or 5 and then 10 early on with some of these bigger groups is really difficult. And I think, a majority of these athletes aren't trying to draft, but they get caught in a situation that causes a 5-minute penalty. And it's something that they're going to have to get through.
I'm going to interrupt you, Matt. It looks, oh my gosh, Rebecca Clark has now joined the penalty tent. Jocelyn McCauley looked like a stop and go. She may have had a 30-second penalty. She is already gone, but Lisa Norton's still standing in the penalty tent, but they're joined by Rebecca Clark from New Zealand, also serving a penalty.
There we go, as we see Lauren Brandon go around the corner here. But, yeah, I mean, again, we were expecting some penalties today, but I was not expecting this many stops in the penalty tent today, Didi.
Well, and here's the thing, too. We have not just penalty tent visits here, but they're visits by some top players, some people we really expect big things from. It does put them now on their heels where they have to adjust the mindset, keep themselves in contention. A top 10 is still well in their reach. We want to say thanks, Matt, so much, and we will revisit with you again as we come back to full screen here in a second with Fenella Langridge, and she is on the descent, the proverbial heading home with Lucy Charles Barkley behind. And Didi, it's important to know, he said the winds are up, but they didn't appear to be up the whole way. So while they were in that section, do they wrap around? Are we going to see still air again? My hunch is yes. Now, these guys are on the return trip. They've turned around. They've got to get back going, set things up. And in the penalty tent, the only thing you can do is what's on your bike. If you have water, drink it. If you have a Morton gel, take it. Otherwise, stand there. No chance to go to the bathroom. No chance to get additional aid, right? It is just you and the tent.
But I tell you what's going to be a big thing here is that if Laura Phillip can make her way into Hawi and see these two standing in the penalty tent, I think it's going to bolster her spirits quite a bit. I think she's going to realize all of a sudden, hey, I'm right back in this with some other favorites who are having to stand down and serve their penalties. I think it's going to change her attitude entirely. And with that with the penalty time, she should be able to.
But it was obviously a very safe environment to be in terms of the support network around me in Texas.
And Kat, give us an idea of what they've said. The professors and all the professionals have said about your recovery, and are you going to make it all the way back?
Oh my goodness, the support that I've received from the entire triathlon community has been overwhelming, and it still is. It's unbelievable, and I'm glad to be here. And I think people seem quite surprised I'm here, but yeah, I honestly have no doubt in my mind that I've already reached a level of fitness this year that I didn't think was possible, and it's my first year in theory, so I know I can get back there, and I know I can continue to improve over the next 10 years. So I'm not really worried or even thinking about it. It's just I've got to let the bones heal and then get back on it over Christmas.
You have an incredible spirit. I know you're going to make it all the way back. That's amazing that you're here. You're going to learn something from being here, right, and watching the athletes out on course right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, what we're saying now, the tactics involved. We had some anomalies, I'd say, during the swim. It did not play out how we expected, and now we're seeing these bike tactics. We're seeing Anne biking with Daniela. They're making time up on that front couple of people, but how much time, I don't know. And then we've got the penalties, which is it's really obviously great to see that there's some real rule enforcement going on, but it obviously changes the game.
Changes the game big time. We got Daniela Reef riding along there. Anna Haug right now is just doing an amazing job, by just sitting right back, 2 back from Daniela Reef right now. Not good news for anyone in the field, if you ask me. Annie Haug being the clear favourite on the run. Laura Phillip, another one of those great runners out there. But Daniela always gets out there and just shuffles along and is able to produce like a 3:01 or a 3:02. But then you've got Lucy Charles Barkley. They have to catch her first, right? They've got to catch her.
And I've got quite a lot of maybe it's personal bias, but I've got quite a lot of confidence that Daniela's been working on her run recently, and I think we're going to see a previous year's Daniela run, 2:55. I think this is a very good tactical game from Daniela. I'm not worried, and we shouldn't forget Chelsea Sodaro, who's come from the USA track background. she's got an excellent run in her. So if she's anywhere in contention with these front girls, that's going to be an excellent running race to watch now.
And she's a rookie here in Kona, so she hasn't done the distance in the Kona heat and in the Kona humidity. Now, you were second place at the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission back in May. You got to look at Daniela firsthand. How was she looking today? And what did you make of her race down there?
I can tell you quite firmly that watching her on a screen is not as intimidating as being 10, 12 meters behind her or in front of her.
You should say 12, otherwise you'll get into trouble.
12.
Yes, there you go.
Obviously, we're talking front wheel, back wheel, the relative difference.
That's it.
So yeah, I think like I said, I think she's looking tactical. I think there's other people in this game. So rather than focusing just on Daniela, I think we're now able to watch something unfold in the second half of this bike that we're going to see perhaps.
But it's a climb that at 95 miles can be, for example, where Jan Frodeno won his race 3 years ago. He broke away from Tim O'Donnell. He broke away from all the players. And that hill is another point. We have still 3 major points, and a Haug showing what we talked about earlier, Didi. This is the quote-unquote downhill from Hawi.
Yes.
Yet she's out of the saddle and spinning to get over a lump. It is tough.
It's deceiving. Everyone says, oh, the downhill from Hawi, how fast the downhill from Hawi is, but you get past the initial 10K out of the town of Hawi, and it starts rolling. You've got to contend with some climbs where you may be riding up these hills feeling like, I don't feel like I was going downhill going up to Hawi, and usually that's because the wind is in your face, but certainly at this stage, that section of road is deceiving.
We have to say this, too, as we are grateful for these overhead pictures courtesy of Qatar Airways. Wow, beautiful stuff, as always. I'm going to kind of just channel into my splits log here, and as I get distracted by the Pacific Ocean. Dee, here's the thing.
Good thing they told us.
Is it fair? Is it fair to say this? They want us to do a good job, Dee.
I'm sorry.
Is it fair to say that we've had a changing of the guards in American long-distance triathlon? We have 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, Chelsea Sodaro, Skye Moench, and Jocelyn McCauley, where we used to have Lindsay Corbin, Heather Jackson, Dee Griesbauer. Like, let's look at what we do. We do have a new crop of American Ironman talent, and it's great because there they are in the top 5 right now.
And I can tell you some of those names certainly have been waiting in the wings because we haven't had the opportunity to race here. Let's not forget, Skye Moench did qualify for this race back in 2019. And she was unfortunately in Kat Matthews' boat this year. She sustained an accident going into her final preparations, was not able to compete. Again, you write it off thinking, okay, I'll be there next year. I'll rehab, I'll get better, I'll get strong, I'll get fit, and I will be battling there next year. And then all of a sudden the pandemic hit. So Skye Moench was quoted as saying, pre-race, she wasn't actually sure this race was going to happen until she actually picked up her packet and was like, okay, maybe it is going to happen. So she's been waiting a long time. She's been very dominant in all of her racing. So I am not at all surprised to see her. Chelsea Sodaro has come on a little bit more recently, only racing her first full distance Ironman this year. So she definitely is a new face and a face we will see in the future. And Jocelyn McCauley, she's been in the top 10 here before. She's not necessarily a surprise for me. She's sort of in the middle ground. But yes, as we see Heather Jackson in the field, a bit further back than we would expect at this point. Sadly, Lindsay Corbin, we were supposed to have racing here. She sustained an injury and wasn't able to compete. So absolutely, Michael, it has been a bit of a changing of the guard and refreshing.
There you go. We love it. Yeah, evolution. Yeah, grow or die. So here we go. We got people racing hard today. And we are looking at the likes of race leader Fenella Langridge, representing Great Britain in fine form, pushing it in a super smooth aerodynamic position.
I don't see Lucy Charles Barkley.
Rolling away, putting some time between herself and Lucy Charles Barkley. You can see her just at the back.
But that doesn't mean she's distracted from the task at hand. I think she's just absolutely thrilled to be in the position that she's in, and she's enjoying every minute of it. And it may last clear through to the finish line.
It may. Take a look at that as you watch that last set of splits, 111 kilometers. You can see some dynamic, some movement there. first relative to 6th, 7th, and 8th, those time gaps, and then 7th, 8th, and 9th. So just watching it scroll through. Remember, the bottom portion of your screen shows the order of these athletes at the last split, and then up top here you can see where folks are kind of scrolling through. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 for you in order, 69 miles or 111 kilometers.
Let's just take a moment to talk about the aerodynamics of Fenella Langridge. I mean, she looks absolutely fantastic. She's nice and relaxed through the shoulders, not much motion. She looks very, very good and smiling, which is always a good sign.
It's a scrimmage. It's a smile grimace. Or she's But here's another thing: is I really like when I see an athlete that's pushing in that zone of maybe right now, maybe we'll call it an 80 RPM, 70.
Chance to get a bit of reprieve from that aero tuck.
I think you're spot on. I would 100% stand up.
Yes.
Stretch out the calves, stretch out the back, stretch out the hamstrings and shoulders and everything. But some people like to say aero all the time.
Aero
right?
is everything. Aero is everything.
As much as we can. So we saw Lucy Charles do just what you said. She popped up. She got right after it. Now she's into that aero tuck. They're going to hang a right, folks. And when they hang that right, we're going to essentially call it 80 miles. And at 80 miles, it puts you 32 miles home. And it is one straight, brutal, rough, windy, hilly, hot section of road. Of course, they experienced it a couple hours ago on the outbound. But Dee Dee,
everything has changed.
This
is not what it was.
And if you're thinking that when you come through there, you're going to get the reverse of the wind or the climate you had on the way out, you could be sadly mistaken. It doesn't always work that way. Winds in this area, they shift when they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Lucy Charles Barkley making her way up that climb, turning back onto the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway. She will have gotten some information there from coaches and supporters. Our spotters on the course are saying that there's definitely a headwind at the Monolani, which is where the athletes are headed towards. So they'll make their way from the turn back on the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, past the Monolani, past Waikoloa Village, and there definitely is some wind there. It's not crazy. Estimates from our spotters about 15 miles an hour, which is not terrible for these conditions.
Dee Dee, are you watching this? This woman, Daniela Reeve, making her way back, so inspiring, so awesome to see. I want to remind everyone that's at home watching to interact and join us over on IronmanNow.com. What a great place to experience that Kissway platform, the way you can interact and chat and communicate with us. Experience the likes of Craig Alexander and other superstars. But here it is, Daniela Reeve in fine form, pushing the aero position and just rocking and rolling smooth Swiss style here. And you can get up close, Dee Dee. Can't you just feel the heat dripping off, the sweat on her arms, the sweat dripping off her face? She chose to go with that visor. This is what it's all about. This is why you got here. Get a 10-time world champion.
Again, she's got such a poker face. Traditionally, she seems to be wearing the effort a little bit more than I'm accustomed to seeing out of Daniela Reeve. Maybe it just doesn't look, she doesn't look as stoic as she normally does. I'm overreading, perhaps.
There's her Angry Bird logo there, and you're used to seeing her mask that anger or that excitement or that pain. But I tell you what, I like what I see. I like that we're sort of what concerns me, regardless of the facial expression, is if she can't make a late game break. Because even if her plan is to run 250, she is the kind of athlete that does a late game break. So she's doing it. She's now back in full speed action here, cresting that hill after or just cresting and closing out that tough climb. Look at all those chickens on the side there cheering for her and whatever else they're dressed as. But Dee Dee, heading back home. Here it is, 32 miles to go. Start your clock because the race is on. We talked about this, and let's see if we were correct. This is the spot where we said anybody can ride for 80 miles.
Yes.
Because there's a couple of those anybody can.
Yes.
But this is a go point.
You and I can't, but anybody else.
Anybody who is on camera today, anybody who is not at a commentary booth can. Now,
there we go.
Here we go. Goodbye, Sky, Monch. I'm out of here. I'm taking over. Keep playing, but I'm moving on. I'm Daniela Reeve.
And now Sky's got to take inventory, right? I mean, Sky, absolutely. What do you do? I think everybody knows what Daniela is capable of, and do you take the risk and go with her, or do you stick to your game plan if you're Sky?
The sound advice would be, if you were bored when she came by, if you were sitting there going,
if you're a gambler,
or if you're just feeling super easy, like let's say they felt great, then you go with her. But if you don't feel great, you're going to feel worse if you go with her. Is that fair? She just took down the 2. She moved herself into a prime position. Now we have what we talked about earlier.
She's in 3rd place.
She's behind 2 women and 2 women only.
Yep.
She's the only one now in this front pack that has won this race. Let's see what happens. My prediction is we're going to see that gap close out. It's going to be so fun to watch these 3 women tackle the, what's that thing that comes last?
Oh, the marathon.
That little thing.
Yes, the marathon. The warm down is the marathon here when we get there. But again, a decisive Morton move there with Daniela. Our good friend Matt Lieto, he's down with our chase pack. Matt, what are you seeing down on course?
He's so hot.
Yeah, Didi, it is quite hot. We knew that was coming, but you're right. But right now, we're sitting here with Chelsea Sodaro, and we are sitting here with Jocelyn McCauley and Sky Mach. And these 3 athletes are riding very, very well together, staying that legal distance, all very aware. Obviously, we said there's a lot going on out here today. But the winds are, I mean, you can probably hear it on my microphone at this point. The winds are blustery, and they were definitely coming down Hawi, but the kind of typical Kona winds are building right now. And I think you guys have spoken to that a little bit. One thing that I did notice is that we do know Annie Haug was dropped, but she's not too far from this group, actually. And she's been keeping this group within sight. And this group, speaking of within sight, Chelsea Sodaro right now, she can see right in front of her is Daniela Ryf. And these athletes are really, really trying to do their best to stay with Daniela and stay within sight and use that kind of carrot. But when that carrot's moving away from you, it's not super confidence inspiring. So we're going to show you kind of this gap that we've got from Daniela. That's Chelsea Sodaro, and then we're jamming up, and you can see Daniela Ryf, kind of the view of the athlete here, as Daniela Ryf is able to get up this climb here, and you can see Sodaro is not too far behind, but that's probably a minute gap. But Daniela Ryf getting up over this windy section and these little rollers a lot better than a lot of these other athletes out here. But this is Daniela in Daniela mode right here, guys. I mean, she is absolutely cruising. You know, it seemed like early, honestly, looking at her face, that she was pressured a little bit. And she was maybe struggling, like breathing harder than the athletes around her. But now is when she's really opened up. That diesel engine that runs pretty hot, that diesel engine has now opened up. It's warmed up, and Daniela Ryf is opening the gap. And you can see open road in front of her, but she can see very, very small off in the distance. She can see those racers that she's still trying to catch up the road. And every once in a while she'll see that helicopter. We all know as athletes, you look for that helicopter, that's the leader. But right now Daniela is absolutely rolling. And this is a section of course that we've seen her do really well. I can't remember the year, guys, but years ago she was the 3rd fastest overall split, only behind Joe Skipper and Matt Russell back from Hawi. And this is where she gets a lot of that. So right now, into the headwind, Daniela Ryf opening the gap on that group of 3 chasers and undoubtedly closing the gap on the 2 women in front.
Super duper awesome, Matt. Thank you so much for that insight. And yes, one of the best stats ever. Folks, if you don't know what you're missing, there's a look at it. That's IronmanNow.com. That is Kissway, the platform on the right of your screen. Get over there, log in, create an account if you haven't, and join all those cast of characters at the bottom that are watching and interacting with this race. Now, what do we have here? We have Lucy Charles Barclay in front on the scenic overlook climb, if I'm not mistaken, as these 2 athletes representing Great Britain in fine form race towards the Kailua Pier.
Absolutely. They're on their way back towards town. Still a lot of miles to go. And those miles at this stage, Michael, I know it sounds ridiculous that they've biked this far, only 27 miles to go. But that can feel like that can feel like almost as far as you've biked so far. When the fatigue and the heat and the wind start to hit you, this is when early mistakes, early liberties that you took with aggressive moves, deficiencies in your nutrition and fueling.
We saw her get out of the saddle, but I think that's a good thing in the later stages.
Absolutely.
After you've been in the aero bars for so long.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to go back to the studio right now with Michael and Dee Dee. We'll be back right after this.
Some people overlook it, but certainly not athletes that have ever done this race before. Long climb. It's pretty brutal, but right now, look at Lucy Charles Barkley in the aero bars. Fenella Langridge at that legal distance. She's in the drops, but Lucy Charles Barkley knows now that Daniela Reef is closing, and she's put the effort down. Every time I see Fenella, she gives a big wave. She's doing the hi mom thing a lot, so that tells you she's having a good time, but she's definitely composed and in a great spot. And again, guys, that race for her, and you guys have mentioned it, I know, but she bridged up as soon as she could. She knew the race was getting on Lucy Charles Barkley, and she did a great job of it. So awesome work by Fenella Langridge in good position. Daniela Reef now, I can see those athletes that just passed me, and then the figure of the intimidating Daniela Reef behind, also in her aero bars, also pushing pretty heavy pace up this headwindy section of Scenic Point. So she knows she's pulling back, especially like it all compresses, right? We know when you get on a climb, things compress and the athletes look closer, maybe even than they are, but she is getting very, very close, about a little over a minute behind, but Daniela Reef looks super comfortable, but so does Lucy Charles and Fenella. So these three athletes definitely making their stamp on the course, and Daniela continuing to open up that gap on Chelsea Sodaro and the group with her. We can barely see them coming into kind of our site, our line sight right now, but absolutely crushing it. These three women heading to town. They're going to have a pretty good headwind as they get by the airport, so a lot more racing left to do.
Ahead as we watch her tackle all 26.2 miles of that upcoming Hoka run. Dee Dee, so much, we're starting to have the conversation of who's going to win, who's going to do it, call it now. And I think that the reality is this year has been so different. If we look at St. George, it was only 5 months ago, Reef outran and won over Haug, and Kat Matthews was in the middle there. Now, have they changed?
And Haug ran faster, but she was further back.
Barely, yes. Barely. And so barely faster, but they were bold. They were within a minute. Like there was no kind of gain, right? And so if we look at that, does that mean much? Kona's different. Who's ready? Who's better? And all the question marks that we still face. But for now, we do know Charles Barkley, Langridge have a little bit of a lead over Daniela Reef, who has a little bit more over Sodaro and Monch and everyone coming.
Our split just updated through 94 miles with Lucy Charles Barkley, Fenella Langridge going through, and Daniela Reef now lags by just 55 seconds at 94 miles. So I think Daniela, we wondered whether there was enough real estate left. I would say definitely Daniela Reef.
She can do it. 18 miles. She has 18 miles, and she's got to basically... It's 3 seconds a mile. Yep. I mean, she's got to take 3 seconds a mile to be tied. So 3 seconds a mile is not very much. Nope. So that's what we're looking at from the math there. And now we are focused in here on the Iron Rookie, at least the Ironman World Championship rookie. This is great. This is Chelsea Sodaro representing. And then back on your camera is our current superstar from Switzerland, racing today, Dee Dee. That is... getting her into that last third of the race. She's closing in on that last third, a few more hours to go, and she looks to be on form. All of those questions about how close these women are, they've been close all day. When we said, everybody sort of said, hey, this is the most competitive field we've seen, the deepest field we've seen. And when the competitors say that, I kind of chuckle, because we always hear that.
Yeah,
but
we always say
end,
that every single year.
They're really right in that they're very well matched today.
Yes.
We have... a lot of proximity here, where these women, anyone here in this top 5 or 6 could be the one that wins the race. They're all so close, and it just comes down to who delivers the goods when they're on that highway running fast.
Well, here's the other point, Michael, is that when we look at our top 10 women through 94 miles, and granted there's still some miles left to ride, but our top 10 women are all within 6 minutes. Daniela Blymel sitting in 10th place is 5 minutes and 50 seconds back. Yeah. That kind of depth, and you said the word, that kind of proximity to one another for the top 10 athletes is unprecedented.
Yeah, that's spot on. Often that's 30 minutes at this point, and then it's an hour at the finish line. So, or 40 minutes. I mean, it does blow up. So I think that is exciting. And you think about with the talent and the caliber of athletes we see on the course, there's people like Kat Matthews. Unfortunately, we don't have here adding to that. It would have just been that much more. We have people that missed. For the most part, they're all here. They all got here, and they brought their A game. But it is exciting, and just kudos again to them. What was fun, too, Didi, was you shared earlier a photograph you got from course where our top men are out there cheering for these women. They're out rebel rising. They're probably on IronmanNow.com themselves, enjoying that interactive platform, sharing goofy photos of themselves.
Yes.
But how cool is that? 2 days. So these fellas are making it all about the women today as well. They're out there. They're not, they're resting, but they're out there giving energy to these.
Well, they're giving energy on a day that it's hot, it's humid, they're on their feet. Normally were there nothing else going on today? Were the men and women sharing the course as they traditionally had in the past? Everyone would have been inside, cozying up with Netflix or the streaming service of their choice, resting. But a lot of our top professional men out there cheering for the women. Now, I have no doubt that once they go through, they have gone back in to get the shelter and get the rest that they deserve. But the camaraderie amongst the top professionals in the world, men and women, is remarkable. And that hasn't changed. I mean, that's one thing that's just universal. Yes, the women are competitive, but they're also friends off course. It's the same between the men and women. There's a tremendous amount of respect of the work that all of these athletes do, and it's great to see our top professional men out there cheering on the women on their day.
Rate of speed is very different. Now, Fenella Langridge looks over. Daniela Reef, this is how you do it. She is coming through. Boom, one pass done. Does she even need to slot in? No. She's gonna take the opportunity to. Lucy Charles knows what's going down. The cameras are on her. Wow, Charles has also been able to put the gap onto Langridge. But now, this is what we were waiting for all day long. Nobody predicted this was going to happen at 4.8 miles to go. Okay, we're just under 8 kilometers. But our duo has become a trio, and now the exciting action is they're heading into this run together. There's not going to be massive separation between these three, no question.
Nope. And the crowd is simply going to go insane when they see this trio come into town to see this race unfold. And she's making the Morton move. She's going to go to the front of this race. And Lucy Charles Barkley looks over the shoulder for the very first time. And guess what is going through her mind? Shoot, she's here.
She saw someone coming, and she did a double take because it was not Langridge. It is Reef. Now, Daniela Reef, the first time for the day.
She licked her chops. I saw her lick her chops.
and I have to say, when you looked at that, Reef looked to the right and acknowledged by one way or another Lucy Charles. Lucy Charles, after the double take, did not look at her one bit. Here is the extra gas on this full gas bike course. Daniela Reef said, you know what? It's going to hurt you if you want to come into T2 with me.
Well, I'm saying she's crushing the soul right now of Lucy Charles Barkley and Fenella Langridge because she's just continuing this Morton move. She doesn't want to give any hope to Lucy Charles Barkley. She is asserting her dominance and saying, I've just been I've just been toying with you. I've just been toying with you for the last 5 hours, 25 minutes, and 25 seconds.
And if you're tired, I'm not. So that is another statement because we don't know how if this were a 125-mile bike race, we don't know if that's her limit. We just don't know because right now, with true Daniela Reef style, she has used the back half of this race to her advantage. What I will say is time and time again, Didi, back me up here. The best feeling in the world starting a run is finishing a bike strong. The worst feeling in the world is coming off the bike dying. So either way, and there's variances of that, right? There's degrees. But the point is, Lucy Charles just had to give a little bit to her rival, Daniela Reef.
To come off, and let's not forget, these athletes are going to come off the bike here, and they're going to go all the way around. Just like every other athlete in this field, they got to go all the way around the pier. and then we're going to see them, it's a minute and a half transition, come all the way through after they get out of these change tents, and they're going to come running out onto the course. So just in a few minutes, seconds, we're going to see these leaders. We predicted they'd come off at noon. It's noon, so we'll see how good our predictions were. But guys, we've got some of the best athletes on the planet coming out. I see people cheering. People are cheering, so that means we've got athletes coming. First athlete coming around that corner is Daniela Reef. No surprise there. We learn a lot. We talk about this every year. We learn a lot from the first few steps off of the bike. And let's see her come around the corner here. Daniela Reef looks great. This is what Daniela looks like when she's gotten off a hard bike. Look at that face. Look how composed Daniela is. Looks absolutely amazing. So she's going to come through here, out to that fence, and then run the perimeter of this pier all the way around the course. Now to our right, we'll pan back, and we see Lucy Charles Barclay also looking good. A little tiny hitch in her step. She's going to be a little bit tight coming off that bike. Let's not forget she had a hip injury, so she's been working on things to keep things even. But as she runs, even through this straight section, I can see her straighten up a little bit more as well. So you see Lucy around the perimeter of that transition, or that pier as well, in a transition. So the next thing we'll see these athletes do, when they get all the way around, they're going to come out of this tent here, and those athletes will then have their running shoes on and getting out to attack that run course. But again, to our right, we're going to have our next athlete coming off the bike, and that is going to be Fenella Langridge. And as I said, she was smiling the whole time, big smile on her face again. She is stoked to be in this position, smiling for mom, waving for mom earlier. She looks really, really good. She's an athlete that we know athletes, she might not have an under 3-hour marathon in her Palmares at this point, but she can really perform in the heat. We've seen her do really, really well in very, very hot races of attrition. And you could tell, or I could tell, by watching her ride all day, she was very composed. So we know if it's heat, if it's hot, and if it's really tough conditions, that the athlete needs to be patient, and Fenella Langridge absolutely had patience on her side today. So we're going to have another gap here for a little bit for athletes coming off of the bike till we see the likes of Chelsea Sodaro as well as others come off the bike. But we are going to see our athletes coming right through this change tent here. I know Daniela is going to be pretty quick. Now, they got volunteers in there to help them out as they're going through transition, help them maybe put their socks on, shoes, give them their gels, whatever they need, their Morton gels, and they're going to be ready to go. So just a few minutes, we're going to see these athletes coming out of the tent and getting onto that run course. But I'll tell you what, guys, it's getting pretty hot out here. So it's Daniela. She knows the program. She's got the white hat on. She's got the towel. Cool towel around her, takes a swig of water, getting out of that run course. She's settling in and moving forward. Lucy Charles Barclay right behind. There we go.
I tell you what, this is exciting as we knew it would be. Fenella Langridge, 30 years old, in transition here, chasing with 5 finishes. She's behind these two that are so tightly tied together. Reef on the course in first place. Charles Barclay about to be on the course in second place. So darn close. Dee, all you want to talk about is the bike split. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing the bike split 4:36.11 presented by Wahoo Element. Daniela Reef smoking that bike course and making her way out onto the Hoka run course. By my eye, Michael, the athlete who looked best in transition was Fenella Langridge, but don't be deceived by that. To watch Daniela Reef run, and we talked about this before the race even started, she's not the picture-perfect run form kind of runner, but she is a strong runner, and she is a very efficient Ironman runner. As we look back, Sarah Svenk transitioning there, as we look at Chelsea Sodaro and Lisa Norden through transition together, exchanging a couple of words there as they make their way through transition into the change tent. Here we have Fenella Langridge making her way out onto the Hoka run course. The intensity here, I can't even take it anymore.
It's amazing, and this is great. So here we go with Fenella Langridge. Great stats, 30 years old, and as we were starting to say, she's finished 5 Ironmans. Her best a couple months ago in Roth, where she did hit second place. She had that second place in Coeur d'Alene last year, Dee Dee, and she ran in a great race in hot conditions. And then also in her previous Ironman World Championship in St. George in May, she was able to get an 8th place on that challenging course. Pretty warm, pretty hard, pretty tough. We know she has the chops to get it done, and she's in the position. So much talent. Didi, we've never sat here in Kona and seen so many women so darn close.
Our top 6 women off the bike, all within 3.5 minutes of one another. It's incredible. And here we have Lucy Charles Barkley getting after it, making a Morton move back on Daniela Ryf in the early stages of this Hoka Marathon.
Right here, this is nothing other than a psychological move. I'm not saying it isn't a smart one. I'm not saying it isn't because she feels great, but that is a psychological pushback. So when we talked about how great it felt for Daniela Ryf to roll through and how that took the wind out of the sail of Lucy Charles Barkley, she has only taken 10 minutes to get it back. She went through, and she's going through at a massive rate of speed difference. Here's the thing. Psychology can be everything in this sport. So, bold move.
It can be everything, but physiology plays a big role as well. And when you set out at a pace like that, you better be able to back it up, because we're 0.2 of a mile into a 26.2 mile run course in brutal conditions. I mean, you can see the sun beating down. There's not traditionally not that much breeze in this part. They'll come down to a Leahy Drive where they'll get a little bit of a breeze off of the ocean. But if you're going to set out at a pace like that, you better be able to back it up.
I tell you what, I disagree with you. I feel quite cool and comfortable in the studio. It is calm in here. No, this is great, Didi. We have never really seen a race like this. The proximity. Anna Haug, the last person to win in Kona, is now in transition. She's got a bit of work to do, but that's how she likes it. Unzipped kit, cooling already. That tells us as well, if you were doing that on the bike, it's warm.
She had an unzipped kit in the closing stages of the full gas bike course. I had noted that she had unzipped her kit. Again, a cooling mechanism, as we see Fenella Langridge having to adjust the shoes here. Again, you get them on in transition. I know that looks like a costly move, but it's a smart move. If you're at all uncomfortable this early in the marathon, you've got to take the time, make the adjustment, and get it right. As we look at Skye Munch and Jocelyn McCauley making their way through transition together.
I'll tell you what, fellas, if you're watching, you pro men that are sitting at home with the feet up, you got to get your game on, because if you're going to try and match the caliber of excitement and competition that we're seeing today, you got your work cut out for you. You got to be ready. I know you can do it. But right now, starting the run, we have 6 people all within 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
After it on this course, again, all of these women, I'm so excited because they are all great runners, and this is going to be a battle.
And that Wahoo split was split back. What a cool thing to do. An actual clock there presented by the Wahoo Element folks, that it is telling you how far back you are from the first place woman. Here's what I'll say, and I like that Laura Phillip is still a little jaded. Like, she wants to carry around a sign that says, I got a penalty, because she wants to say, I shouldn't be here. She wants to let all the people that don't really know yet, I don't belong in 9th, I belong where I was. But what I like too is that jaded kind of anger, she's not in there running 5:55 pace. She's not in there tearing after it with a 340K. She's waiting and probably going to run an exceptional marathon that gets her, again, not to first maybe, but it's going to get her really close, possibly a 3rd place, a 4th place, a 5th place. So Laura Phillip, I mean, just do your thing. They all need to, really.
And that's what they're doing now. I don't think Daniela Ryf is particularly thrilled with the pace with which Lucy Charles Barkley galloped away from her in the opening 2 miles of this marathon. Lucy Charles Barkley turning in 6:24 pace. That is a smoking hot effort through 2 miles. Is it too much too soon? I look at Daniela Ryf again. She's so deceiving because she doesn't have the fluidity to her run style, but boy, we know she can get it done. And while she doesn't necessarily look the part, she is absolutely a strength runner. As we look at this VinFast vehicle here at the hot corner, we want to encourage you to log into ironmannow.com and choose your own camera view. Create your free account at ironmannow.com. Man, Lucy Charles Barkley looks very, very good.
She looks great. This is the picture-perfect run form of, I mean, when she's doing that, that's it. She's running great. So the question marks as we come back to language here, wearing her run, you know, it's the likes of her, it's the likes of Anna Haug, it's the likes of Laura Phillip. There are ways to race. I always used to love watching Heather Fuhrer, you know, our 1997 Ironman world champ, because she would come from such deficits, and she played the smoke 'em while you got 'em philosophy. If the legs are good, rip it. And then when they slow down, you've made up all that ground, so you just keep pushing. You run kind of through it. So all of those women that have done that in the past, Edie, they rise up and we remember them. So that could definitely be Chelsea Sodaro. We did talk about her pre-race, and we do see her now.
Yeah, making the Morton move, about to make that pass on defending champ Daniela Ryf, but Lucy Charles-Barclay still running very, very well. Bouncy, as Mirinda Carfrae said, and she knows a good bounce when she sees it. Mirinda Carfrae used to bounce her way through this marathon course herself. But right now, Chelsea Sodaro making the Morton move on Daniela Ryf. And you can see just the difference in stride rate here. Chelsea Sodaro really with an up-tempo run pace here. The question is it too much too soon?
Oh, that question will be answered, but I bet we get some good insight from a former third-place finisher at this race and a three-time champ, Rennie, with Liz Blatchford. And my eyes deceiving me. I'm so excited. You two awesome superstars. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I found one of the athletes from my era, Liz Blatchford here. She's finished third two times here in Kona. Liz, wanted to hear, what do you think of the race so far, and what's your take on the women's field? Who do you think is the other ones to watch?
Yeah, I've been keenly following all day. I can't help but be a Danny supporter. You know, she dominated through our era, as you know, Rennie. But just looking out there today, Annie just looked the goods. She was only 5 minutes down. She looked so strong coming off the bike. But yeah, Lucy actually ran out really strong too, and also Chelsea Sodaro, rookie, but running really fast. She's been strong all day. So yeah, between those women, I couldn't pick it, but yeah, there's a few women looking great.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Maybe with Chelsea Sodaro, she's a rookie here in Kona, so maybe ignorance is bliss, right? Like, sometimes you get here, it's your first time, and yeah, you're able to just nail it.
Yep, get into it. And we do see a bit of cloud cover, a little bit of breeze picking up, so there might be a bit more sort of margin for error if you sort of pace it a bit too hard early on. Like, yeah, Chelsea was running the fastest, I think we saw, which can sometimes obviously not turn out. But yeah, if they get a bit more cooler conditions, she might be able to hold on.
Yeah, it actually looks like we might get some rain later on today. I think the girls would love that. The ladies would love that. And you're here in a coaching capacity now, Lizzie. What would you be telling your athletes out there? What are your one or two words that you tell as they run by?
Oh, this race, always patience. It's different to every other, and yeah, you need to have patience in this course, in these conditions. So yeah.
And any FOMO?
I thought so until I'm standing out here in the heat, and then I'm actually quite happy on the sidelines.
You and me both. Thank you so much, Lizzie. Back to you guys.
Oh, that's great. What an awesome contribution. Thank you, Mirinda. You're awesome. You're doing a great job. We couldn't do it without you. And then to bring in Liz Blatchford, she knows the biz and talks about it with a great perspective, having been there and now coached it. So, oh, this is great. This is my favorite show yet. Back with Lucy Charles-Barclay. We keep talking about bounce. Let's talk about spring in the step instead. Let's talk about energy. She's getting great return. She's on the section that is really difficult to manage, right? So she's outbound and then coming back home. When you start to come back home, as Chelsea Sodaro is, you are now, and it isn't as long. It used to be 8K. So that was an old school reference. It used to be 5 miles out. Now we turn earlier because we have that extension past the Natural Energy Lab. Didi, that's kind of good and bad. So if you're Mirinda Carfrae, you like to be out on the highway in the solitude. If you're someone that enjoys company and humidity, you like to be in here in town. What's your preference, and what are they doing right now?
My preference would be to be in town with the cheers and get that support. It does get awfully lonely out on the Queen Ka'aumanu Highway and particularly in the Natural Energy Lab when the athletes get to that point. So if you're an athlete like Fenella Langridge, who we've seen giving and getting energy from the crowd all day, she's wanting to make the most of this while she can get the energy back from the crowd. I think if you're someone like Daniela Ryf, you want to get out to the harder parts of this course where she knows how to thrive and she knows how to attack. Certainly, Chelsea Sodaro continues to impress, running a very, very fast pace here. The question is, she doesn't have a lot of Ironman experience. She has zero experience compared to the women around her on course now. Is it too much too soon? Is she going to regret this blistering pace? Again, we heard Liz Blatchford sort of preach patience on this section through Hawaii Drive, but patience means different things to different people. Maybe Chelsea Sodaro at 6:10 pace, that's patient for her.
There you go. And here she is. She looks great. Nice white cap, full coverage. The great debate. Do you go visor? Do you go hat? Well, either way, to me, it's a nice approach here with the technical wear there. You can throw ice in and keep it trapped. But we'll kind of look ahead and we'll say, if you're a Chris Nikic fan, which is, in other words,
everyone
in the world, I want to let you know that he did make that turn at Hawaii. So let's just, wherever you are in the world, on course or out and about, give a little raw go and hard applause for our man Chris Nikic. Turned at Hawaii, but he's not the only one we're tracking out there at Hawaii. Cherie Gruenfeld, 78 years young, our rock star Ironman friend, she has also made that turn at Hawaii. So both of those two coming home, great stuff. And I know you're out there appreciating those updates, peeps.
And another mention of our age group competitors, our lead age group female overall, Cindy Freibel from Germany, is about to complete the bike leg. So our lead age group competitor about to finish the bike leg. She is right there amongst some of the pro women. So congratulations to those age group competitors out there battling.
Wow, and Sarah Svensk is holding a nice pace too. Keeping pace with her countrywoman Lisa Norden and a Haug at 6:22s through that last segment. So in short, the excitement that we had in transition to see these women so closely packed, it remains because they're still so closely packed. They're tackling what I consider a defining part. So whether or not you're patient or fast, overly fast, it is a defining part because what you do now sets you up physically and mentally for the rest of the race. And when we were early on, Didi, on the full gas bike course, we talked about those couple of points, Hawi and Kauai, when really the race begins. This race, to truly get underway, to really truly say they are now into the dogfight, that doesn't happen in my mind until entering. Sort of the first one is coming up Palani.
Yes.
Because people just walk off the course there.
Yes.
That's when it just becomes too much. But the real kind of point of competition is entering the energy lab, and that's just one. So now that's where you're into the race. You've been going after it, and you have to start to play those cards. Entering the energy lab is 17 miles into the race. So leaving the energy lab is important, but Didi, I'd say the real key there, after entering the energy lab, another defining part of can you keep your ducks in a row?
Your stuff together.
To keep your stuff together. It's in that part where it's the final 5 to 7K, because we've seen massive loss there, right? It's just in that, okay, I'm almost close enough to say I did it. You lose third place. You think about the people, and not to pour salt in the wound, but like a Rachel Joyce or a Daniela Reeve for first run, or Lucy Charles almost did it, Sarah Crowley, Dave Scott, Mark Allen, if you go to the like those are those points in that 3 to 4 miles, Didi, where it is on, right?
Well, I mean, it's on right now, okay?
Of course.
But as we said, in the early stages of the bike up to Hawi, these athletes are great enough. These are the best in the world that anyone can run this section with all of the crowd support, the adrenaline coming off the bike. You're in the top 10 at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Anyone can run well through this segment, but as the hurdles come, the run up Palani, the stretch out on the Queen Ka'umanu Highway, the energy lab, the hurdles get harder and harder and harder.
back here with Daniela Reef.
She's got the experience. She's got the mental tenacity. Not that any of these women, all of these women don't. These are professional athletes at the best of their sports. They've all got a tenacity and a fight to them. But Daniela Reef has the poise, the experience. We wondered early on the bike, Daniela's not moving. And then all of a sudden she got to Javi and had a fire lit under her and biked her way to the lead of the race. Is she executing that same poise and patience? We've got the veteran Chelsea Sodaro sitting in second place right now, running very, very well. Continuing, her pace is slowed, 6:20 through that last segment. So she's modified her pace a little bit as she makes her way back towards town. A telling segment here for Chelsea Sodaro.
Yeah, the rookie rather. So here she goes, and watch down this little grade here, past the Sea Village on your left. Get a little breeze coming in at you. Finally, maybe from the side there. If you're bored, you look to the left. There's the ocean. Who's bored? Nobody. But Chelsea Sodaro. So the other thing, if you just look at this, and we'll compare her form.
She's almost slowed to a walk. She's making sure she's got about four cups in her hands. Getting that ice down the top, down the pants. She's doing all the right things. She knows what to do here.
I love that, Rennie. Give her a little shout out. So here's another thing, Rennie. You saw her take the cap off. She's putting ice in the cap. That's a closed cap. Brilliant move by our estimation. What else did she do right as a rookie here?
She definitely is, putting the ice down the top. I think the ice in the hat is definitely a nice one. Ice down the top and ice down your pants. You want to cool down, those big muscles in your legs. And when you put it down your pants, which doesn't sound like a good idea, but it's actually the best idea because as it melts, the cooler water sort of runs down your legs and it cools you down really nicely, actually. I was always worried that I'd have like ice in my front and it'd look like a package. When I was racing, that's one thought I did have when I was racing out here. But yeah, she didn't have a package. She looked fantastic and doing all the right things. And as a rookie, she seems to be, just rolling with it.
That's a brilliant, Rennie. You're hired. I know you're gunning for my job. You are so good. Thank you so much for that experience and that expertise. And thank you for referencing the package.
Hashtag
Let's
no
keep
package.
moving. Lucy Charles coming through a hot corner, not the hottest of corners, but about to be there, Didi. She's running past what locals know as the Lava Java and some other of these signature sites there, Daylight Mine, now with Daniela Reef cooling off big time with a giant jug of water.
Yeah, giant jug of water, and I think it tells the story of how hot it is out there. We saw, Rennie said at one point the clouds were rolling in, but they are not there yet. And we've seen all of the athletes modifying their paces a little bit. Lucy Charles Barkley with a little bit more ground time. Chelsea Sodaro slowed her pace, really taking her time through that aid station. Daniela Reef with an entire jug of water, stopping to get ice in that hat. I think it tells us exactly how hot it is out there on this Hoka Marathon course, and that the veterans and the rookies doing it right. They got to control that core body temperature. These are such early stages, and these women being very aggressive in their run paces here. Daniela Reef being the most moderated of our top six in terms of pace. Is that the smart move?
I think it's the smart move. Here's the thing. We've got a lot of running to do, and we're running a lot of numbers. Time's going to come. Tell us a little bit more of this story, Didi. We've got to wait. We've got to be patient.
Absolutely, as we see Lucy Charles Barkley making her way up Palani Hill right now, and Chelsea Sodaro, she's got the bit in her mouth. She can see it, Lucy Charles Barkley. It's all happening.
This is a Morton move, folks. Buckle in and stay tight. Lucy Charles Barkley looks great. There's no question. So she looks really strong. That lead is gone. Now, if you look at a couple things that I see right away, Chelsea Sodaro doesn't look like she has changed one bit from the flat section on Kuakini.
No, she's not giving this hill the respect it deserves.
Right. She has clearly the pace is a little slower, but the arm carriage, the turnover, the positioning, the contact time on the ground, everything about her running form has maintained that same aspect. So this is exciting every way you look at it. Here's the aid station we talked about. They're rolling through. A lot of fans are out here, a lot of volunteers that are just sending and delivering extra love to these two champions. So fun. Watch them go through here. Water first chance. Lucy, Chelsea, what have we got? Watch them go.
It's a rolling buffet here as the athletes partake of everything that is on offer here at the aid station. And here is the Morton move. Chelsea Sodaro going to make her way through the aid station. She's got all the aid she needs. She's going to make the Morton move to go to the front of the VinFast Ironman World Championship. The rookie taking it to the veteran here on Palani Hill.
That's right, and we're back down onto the Kuakini as we saw an amazing resurgence from Manila Language. Her last split was quite good, and she has passed Daniela Reeve. But what we just saw happen there was, by my looking at this Morton move, we have not had, and this again, this race has been going on for decades, and we have not had an American at the front of this race for decades. Yes. It has been since, in my recollection, 1995 when Karen Smyers won the race. Paula Newby-Fraser representing South Africa. She, of course, became a U.S. citizen and won it, I think, as a U.S. banner. But the point is, we have now got a U.S. competitor at the front of this race for the first time.
And a rookie.
And it's her first time out. So that has only happened where a winner has come first time or has come and won this race a couple of times. Chrissy Wellington, Luke Van Leerde. It just doesn't happen that often. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is when we start painting the masterpiece right here. She's in front. How does that feel? Incredible.
Again, Chelsea Sodaro, she's a rookie, but she spent about 2 weeks out here training on the course, putting in the time, getting used to the heat. We're going to throw to Matt. He's currently with Chelsea Sodaro and Lucy Charles Barkley. Matt, what are you seeing?
Yeah, thanks so much, Dee. Right now I am with, Chelsea Sodaro and Lucy Charles Barkley. And what I'm seeing right now is Lucy Charles Barkley's holding really, really strong. She looks great. She hasn't really adjusted her pace. She's done this race a fair amount before, obviously with great success, and she knows that she can only do what she can do. Right now, the woman in front of her is having a better race, a better run, but she knows there's so much running left to do and how hot it is here and how you have to hold yourself back. And sometimes when you're racing an athlete that's having one of those days, your way to win is to put yourself in a position to, if that athlete messes up or has gone out too hard, you're there to sweep up. And that's what Lucy Charles Barkley is doing right now. She's running really, really smooth. She's not trying to win the race right now. She's putting herself in a position to try to win the race later and try to keep herself in the podium. And Lucy Charles Barkley looks fantastic and is doing a great, great job. But as they go through this aid station here, Lucy's making sure she gets everything she needs, ice and water over her head, and getting some of that Gatorade as she moves through the aid station. And Chelsea Sodaro is just up the road and starting on this climb. And I'll tell you what, guys, in the last couple minutes, Chelsea has not really put any more time into Lucy Charles Barkley. She closed that obviously very, very quickly, but right now it's holding, right? And Lucy is doing a fantastic job of keeping Chelsea Sodaro within striking distance. But these hills are going to tell a lot. Chelsea is obviously a great, great runner. Lucy Charles Barkley looks fantastic right now as I'm riding behind her. But these hills, these next few long drags, I think are going to tell the story out here, guys. And I'll tell you what, it's hot. It's 91 degrees by my moto temp right now. So it's getting very, very hot out here.
Matt, thank you so much. As we come back into the fold here, we just want to share this as we're running the discussion here off record. And Didi and I are both going to agree that right now, the composure that you can just feel in Lucy Charles Barkley, the experience and the willingness to let this go could be the counterplay to Chelsea Sodaro's bravado and gutsy go for it from the start move.
Well, hey, I mean, let's not forget the fact that a handful of months, 3, 4, 5 months ago, Lucy Charles Barkley didn't think she'd be here. So while the lead has run away from her, number one, I believe she believes it will come back to her. And number two, I think she's saying to herself, you didn't even think you'd be here and you're currently running in second place. Get over it and get on with it.
Tell you what, the Hoka Run Course, really my favorite part of the day, and I love the whole day. Without further ado, though, I'm going to rush on off to some incredible talent. We're going to hit it up with Greg Welch. No, not yet. We're going to kind of stay with Lucy for just a second, mostly because she's in an incredible kind of defining part here of the course. So I'm going to hold tight as I watch her grab a Morton gel. Here's the thing, too. She also knows exactly when and where to fuel. Yes, Sodaro has one great race in Hamburg earlier this year, but still, you do get like a great race. Like, you really get to develop that know-how as you gain experience here with Lucia.
He's a rookie, so that's one thing. And then the second thing was when, when I'm seeing these athletes, running along the road right now, one thing comes to mind. You've been in this position before, the same position that Annie Haug is in. You've run from behind, you've run that 250, you've closed it down the stretch. Annie Haug, to me, is still one of the women to beat, right?
I would absolutely agree with you, Greg. Yeah, this as a phenomenal runner that Chelsea is, if she hasn't fueled well, then it's going to show up in that last 10 miles. And, I definitely, as you mentioned, that one still hurts. In 2012, I got to almost the lead around 13 miles, which is probably the earliest I've ever been there. But I lost a bottle on the bike and didn't have a good plan to refuel that, to replenish what I lost.
I didn't mean to make you all emotional and, but
damn it, the one
this
that got
is
away.
journalism, baby girl.
But it can happen. It can happen to any of us. You make a mistake, you put a foot wrong out there, and the elements will remind you tenfold in the back half of the marathon. But Annie Haug, as you said, she's won this race. She's not going to want a rookie to beat her. And that was my motivation when Daniela came out her first year and she was in the lead. I'm like, there is no way I'm letting this rookie beat me. And fortunately, I was able to hold my run together and I caught her towards the end of the run. And that will be forever a fantastic memory in my mind. But honestly, whatever Chelsea does the rest of the race, she's a future star of this sport.
Right. Okay, so finally for you, Mike, you're a marketing genius and you've been around this sport for a long time, but you've been in marketing, not only with Hoka, but in other big brands as well. How does one sponsor someone in this, and how do you choose that? There's so many great athletes out there.
Yeah, just we're talking about the race up front. As Rennie said, if you make one error now, the depth is so amazing that you can fall out of the podium, you can fall out of the top 10. It's never been deeper, and so there's absolutely, the potential of the athlete. I think there's also maybe something as important, that is the athlete a good fit for the brand?
Right.
And that's something that's perhaps subjective, but I think, a combination of those factors, become the result of, what athletes you want to partner with. But the fact is that, today this is a historic day. Having a women's-led race take shape, take part, and now, we're seeing the most important part, which is for us, the run, of course, everything takes shape, but there's never been a more competitive field. I think we're missing one athlete here that could have perhaps, had an inflection on the race, but other than that, these athletes at such a high level. You take any of the top 20 athletes, and we're seeing it, is this the change in the guard with Daniela Reed? She's been so dominant. Is Lucy going to be another runner-up position, because she dominated at 70.3, but yes, she had the injury earlier this year, and so, but it was her race to lose, and then, there's nobody that has a stronger running background, just pure running background, than Chelsea Sodaro. So maybe she's the one, although, Annie Haug is probably thinking the same thing, like, hey, it ain't over till it's over. So this is incredibly exciting to watch.
Yeah, as you said that, I just saw Annie Haug just moved into third position. So she's now 4 minutes down. I think that might be similar to where she's been behind.
Yes,
Chelsea.
very, very similar. So things have slowed down right there. But the million-dollar question is the pace of Chelsea Sodaro right now. Chelsea
Overrated. It's not that big a deal. So look for Annie to make some big moves in the next 6 and 8 miles.
Anna Haug, she is representing Germany in fine fashion, that picture-perfect form, just really efficient, light on her feet, not unlike Chelsea Sodaro, who we're looking at now. We keep getting hung up by the illusions that come from all these amazing pieces of footwear that the athletes are running in. Everything looks a little off with just that extra cushion. But we're back in here, locked in behind Chelsea Sodaro, checking a split, maybe looking at the GPS, kind of getting an assessment, some feedback. That external feedback can be useful. what I'm seeing here, Didi, is still no breakdown, still continued fluidity, still continued short contact time on the ground. What I'm seeing is she's managing this up to now. So that's great. She's still got 14.8 miles to go. So think about that for a second. She's still got more than half. She's still got all the elements, all of the challenge. This athlete, the same. She's still pretty close. I feel like Lucy Charles-Barclay looks great. You see her just tugging on that Morton shell, minding her business, taking care of stuff. She knows that this race doesn't start at the best really in earnest until you come out of the energy lab.
I mean, no doubt about it. Chelsea Sodaro, I mean, she's got the run pedigree, so to say she's taking a risk right now would be misstating it, but she's running really aggressively and has very little experience at this part of the race, right? This is her second full distance Ironman, never in these conditions. Lucy Charles-Barclay definitely has the experience, and right now she appears to have the poise and looks very, very good.
She looks great. You know, you sometimes wonder what's in an athlete's head, and we never really get that answer, but we can definitely find out what she was thinking about ahead of this moment earlier this week. Let's tap into that knowledge of Lucy Charles-Barclay regarding this part of the race.
In terms of playing mental games on any of the turnarounds, I think it's just having your game face on. You're trying to make it look like it's easy for you, even though you know you're all suffering out there. And I think that's particularly important in the energy lab when no one is feeling good at that point. Well, rarely you're feeling good at that point. So you're just having that poker face on. You're making it look like, yeah, this is so easy. I'm not even hot, anything like that. But ultimately, yeah, you're just doing your own thing. I think on a race of this distance, it's hard to play mental games for sure.
She said it. I'm not even hot.
I'm not even hot.
But it really is true. It comes back again to that balance between physical and mental, between physiological and psychological, between just all of the little differences of great and good. And I think she does a good job at it when she's in the energy lab. Even right now, we don't know. I mean, she looks like she's been on a training run. So she could be in the world's worst agony. She could have a blister exploding inside her left shoe, and we don't know it. She's good at poker face.
Yeah, no, she's good at poker face. She's gonna give nothing away. Our top three competitors now through through 11.4 miles. Anna Haug's deficit now under 4 minutes for the first time. She went from 4:06 down to 3:59 to Chelsea Sodaro, and Fenella Langridge really hanging in there. Another minute back in fourth place at 5:03.
Wow, really nice to see. And then also, we did see that footage earlier. It's been a while now, but let's bring her back into the fold. Laura Phillip, who is, again, a runner of utmost sort of ability. And if she can put together a really solid last 10 miles, I think we'll see her in the top 5. I really do. I just feel like that's something that you can't stop a freight train.
Yeah.
And she builds steam like that, and she delivers, especially because eventually she is going to just start channeling anger.
Yes.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yep. And anger is a powerful motivator, so is fear. And I think, you know, while she may not be showing it, this has to be an overwhelming experience for Chelsea Sodaro right now, leading in her very first attempt at the VinFast Ironman World Championship.
Yeah, what you see now is the difference, sort of what's a more powerful driver, the fear of failure or the allure of success.
Yes.
And they've shown with most people, we run from disappointment. We run from the fear of dropping more than we're drawn to that lure of success. But you never know, and I bet it changes moment to moment for the leader of the race.
You know, while it's overwhelming and has to be a little bit maybe unnerving, it's also got to be the coolest thing ever. I mean, she's thinking, obviously in her dreams, this is the scenario as she had it playing out. But she is living every professional triathlete's dream right now, leading the VinFast Ironman World Championship with 14.2 miles to go.
Well, that's exactly right. Every athlete dreams of this if you're on the track to complete this distance. But I tell you what, if you're looking for some of this great gear that these athletes are racing in, some of that amazing Hoka gear that we saw Mike McManus highlight and these top pros have been wearing, I tell you what, rush over.
Cards the way she is, she will move into second place. At this point, and again, still lots of running left to go, but at this point, she will move into second place and overtake Lucy Charles Barkley, but it will be a battle for her to make it to the top step of the podium. But it's not over till it's over, and there's still lots of racing left to go.
There's so much racing to go. So as we talk about Anna Haug and we watch her on full screen, we get the chance to rush over to one of the top American athletes who's sitting with one of the top commentary analysts, Greg Welch, here with Ben Hoffman. What have you guys got for us today, you beautiful specimens?
All right, thank you, Michael. We'll pay you later for sure. Thank you, Dee Dee. Yeah, standing by right now is Ben Hoffman, second place, just a few years ago. And you know what? Ben he's still at the top of the sport here. He's got a great game plan coming up for Saturday's race. But right now, Benny, what are you seeing, mate, with our women's race? I mean, Annie Haug is doing the Annie Haug thing. She looks absolutely perfect. But Chelsea Sodaro, not since 1995 has an American woman won the Ironman World Championship, and you are the closest guy to come to that in the men's side of things when you got your second place. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, this is incredibly exciting. The women's race, has far exceeded my expectations. I think on paper we had virtually everyone here. Obviously, Kat out with her injury, and that's unfortunate. But otherwise, it's been, most of the top women in the world. And I don't think we would have predicted this before the race. And that's what's so beautiful about Hawaii is that every year there's a curveball, there's challenges for everyone. And, sometimes different people that you weren't expecting rise to the top here. And what Chelsea's doing today is exceptional. It's really, really special. And she looks great. She's got a plan. You mentioned that I have a plan. She's got a plan. And she's executing it here, staying cool, making sure that she stays on top of her hydration and calories. And that is so critical out here.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you said that about the plan because, when we see, Chelsea, walking in the aid station, doesn't mean that she's blowing up, doesn't mean that she's bonky. It just means that she has that plan, is to walk the aid stations, making sure that she gets all...
Here, who's at the Hoka turn with Lucy. Go, Matt, go.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. As we could see Lucy Charles Barkley running away from the Hoka turnaround at this point. Down in the energy lab, we actually had the lead hand cyclist come through here just in front of her, so he's going to catch everybody at this point in the women's race. So awesome work from him, cruising. And in the background, we're going to see an out and back pass. You can see far on the right, that's Lucy Charles Barkley. And on the left side of the screen, that's Annie Haug. And she is absolutely moving. Chelsea Sodaro already went through here, obviously, and she, as we keep saying, she looks great, and she did. She looked really, really good coming through, really smooth. You could tell the heat was starting to get to her. If it doesn't get to you in the energy lab, then you just don't feel heat at all, ever. But right now, it's Annie Haug is cruising through here, looking really, really smooth. And again, any other day, you'd think this would be Annie Haug running for the win and running away from everybody else in the field. That just shows you how impressive of a run Chelsea Sodaro is having right now out here in Kona. But Annie Haug, look how perfect and beautiful she looks. Her running form, it never slows. And if anything, guys, she's going to have a gear. And I think this is where the race could come together. Chelsea Sodaro holding on. Annie Haug now really settling in, just running. Talking to Annie earlier this week, she said, you know what? She doesn't really look at her watch. She doesn't really look where people are going. She is just feels running, and when she feels good, she just goes harder. She just runs for as much distance as left in the course. So once she gets kind of home, and she said when she gets 10K to finish, which is out of this energy lab, she's going to open it up, and let's hope Chelsea Sodaro and Lucy Charles Barkley have something left in the tank to hold off Annie.
Great commentary, Matt. Great. I love when you bring that back up because that's what we think they're going to do. But to hear it again from her and recognize that no GPS, it's kind of like how Daniela Reef races, no bike computer.
Yes.
You go by feel, and that's when it counts.
It's funny, we took a look there at Annie Haug as we look at our Hoka run course map here. Of course, the bit along Ali'i Drive, of course, the run up Palani Hill, out onto the Queen Ka'aumanu Highway. We drop down that sort of lollipop-ish run through the Natural Energy Lab and back up onto the Queen Ka'aumanu Highway for that long slog back into town. But when I watched Annie Haug, she looks like she's hunting. I think about our co-host Marinda Carfrey and how she used to go hunting out on the Queen K Highway there. She just looks like she's ready to pick them off one after the other after the other.
That's it, exactly. And speaking of Mirinda Carfrae, we are lucky enough to still have her bringing us brilliant commentary. And this time she's coming to us with a guest you guys may well know. He's out serving up the drinks at an aid station. Mirinda, I'm just, who am I seeing out there with you?
You might recognize this familiar figure. It's the one and only legendary Jan Frodeno, 3-time Ironman world champ. He is here at aid station, about 7 miles in. Also the 1 mile to go as well. So what motivated you to come out and to hand out cups of water?
It's a good sport, but in all seriousness, we heard the call up and we were like, everybody's got at least one supporter here. And then we looked at ourselves and we're like, we're not supporting anyone. We've got nothing better to do. I don't think there's really a better way to spectate, actually, which is quite surprising. But on the other hand, it's just nice to see a few smiling faces, and you kind of know what the athletes want. Just have a bit of ice, a bit of water, and give them a smile on the way.
And speaking of athletes, what do you think of the women's race so far? It's panning out a little different than we expected.
Yeah, it's a really cool race to follow. We've been following it live all day, and it's so exciting. You have all your favorites. Like my money was going to be on Daniela. I saw a couple of days out, and she looked so good. And now Chelsea's just ripping it up, complete surprise, and that's the beauty of Kona. I mean, really, it's what you want to see, and that's what makes this place so cool because, it's always different than you anticipate.
And the big question, we'll see you here next year, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm having one more crack.
And how is the healing going? I know you had a few surgeries, well documented. We were all heartbroken to see when you posted that you're in hospital, and everybody was excited to see you here racing. But how are you going?
I think it's part of the game. When you're in it for 22 years, we've all seen our fair share of injuries, and when you look for the limit, you'll find it sooner or later, and it's part of the job. It still sucks. But the fact that it does suck lets me know that I'm still hungry for next year, and I'm happy. I did my first jog yesterday along the old airport, and what an iconic place to start your rehab.
Absolutely. Well, we can't wait to see you back here next year. We'll be cheering for you. All the best with all of your recovery. And that's it for us. Mile 7 with Jan Frodeno.
So good. Mirinda Carfrae, Jan Frodeno, two awesome legends and great folks. Just really humble as well, the accomplishments they have, but to come out here, because it does take humility to still hand up drinks. It does take humility to be there and give that smile. People are going to love it when they realize that the guy that just gave them water was Jan darn Frodeno.
How many double takes are people doing? They're like,
Triple.
was that?
Correct.
I swear that was, and they're going to get back to their families at the end of the race and they'll be like, you'll never believe who I think handed me a cup of ice on Palani Hill. I swear it was Jan Frodeno.
Correct. So good, and that is, it's great also for us to have Mirinda Carfrae as well, who has had her 3 victories and is now here in the supportive role, delivering great content here, but also supporting her husband and the families in tow, so they get to hang out and play at the beach too in the downtime. Let's not forget Lucy Charles Barclay has finished 3 times in second place. She's currently in second place, holding a thin margin of 95 seconds over Anna Haug. It doesn't.
Yeah, Michael, it is. It's pretty hot. I took some time to get some Gatorade myself for me and my driver. Definitely hot, but someone who is putting the heat on the course right now is Laura Phillip, as we watch her make a pass here on a previous champion, 5-time champion Daniela Reef. We'll see what if they have any interactions as she passes, but she just also passed Lisa Norden, so she just in the last minute has moved herself from 7th place to 5th place. She gives a little bit of encouragement to Daniela, who is struggling. Big moves out on course, though. Sarah Svensk actually just asked to drop out as well. She got some encouragement for people to keep trying, but she looks like she might pull out of the race here. She pointed towards her foot, so challenges for her down there. But Sky Monch and Sarah Crowley also moving their way into the top 10. But Laura Phillip, as we see this shot here, doing a fantastic job of pushing the pace up the Energy Lab and doing the best to erase that 5 minutes. And she's in 5th place right now, hoping to move up to Fenella Langridge, guys.
Great stuff, Matt. Stuff we had been missing. So I appreciate that. If you had to rank just real quickly, who looks the best, Matt? Like who looks the most like they did 15 miles ago? Can you give me that one?
Yeah, I wasn't able to see Laura then, but she looks really good, really smooth, kind of what we're used to seeing from her when she is running really well. Really good heel kick. It's not looking like she's warm. I mean, honestly, Chelsea Sodaro, she looks very similar as she did earlier. A little bit warmer. She looks like she's heating up. But those three runners, Laura Phillip, Annie Haug, and Chelsea Sodaro, do look pretty similar as they did at a transition.
Okay, Matt, $1 million question. Is 6 minutes and change enough time to have...
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Yeah, right. We've got Annie Haug on the screen right here, and she is about 100 meters or so behind Lucy Charles Barkley. And again, she's pushing. And I said earlier that she doesn't really look at her watch. She doesn't really look at the pace. But I'm catching myself now because she's definitely taking splits on Lucy Charles Barkley and seeing if she's gaining time, and obviously she is, and she can probably see that with her own eyes as well. But coming up on another mile marker here, she's no doubt she's going to catch and pass Lucy Charles Barkley, but let's not. Lucy Charles Barkley has had battles out here. Sarah Crowley, back and forth battle years ago where she was able to get in front of Sarah again. So she's a fighter. We don't know what's in the athlete's mind, right? She might be holding back, but holding back to try to run toe-to-toe with Annie Haug is a pretty risky plan. So I think we can expect Annie Haug to take the lead here. Again, before I let you guys go, we did see Laura Phillip. She did move into 5th place, but she was very, very close to Fenella Langridge in 4th place as well, with Lisa Norden behind trying to hang on to her position as well. But right now, Annie Haug, it looks like in the next few minutes, she's going to make her move on Lucy Charles Barkley, but we're going to get to the finish line. I'm going to have to open the throttle to get there because Chelsea Sodaro is absolutely flying. And sorry to make you nervous there, Dee, but I think she's got it.
Matt, I don't disagree with you, but I will say it did make me nervous when you said it. But looking at her now, I have no doubt she is absolutely bounding towards the finish line, just seemingly getting faster and faster and faster. That last split still knocking off 6:30 pace back onto the undulating terrain of the Queen Ka'umanu Highway and looking so fantastic.
Well, I tell you what, another historic accomplishment. Sub-8 has happened again in the hallowed lava fields here of the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Thomas Fruworth from Austria has come home with a 7:56.36 in the PC division. So 2:40 for that rockin' and rollin' run split. So wheeling to a top performance there. Congratulations to our first one across the line today as we're back with our leader on foot here, Chelsea Sodaro. I like it when Dee gets nervous. I like when Matt makes bold statements. So I'm a happy dude. Here again, look, right to the pattern that works. She's down to a crawl. She's getting cups. She's mixing cups. She's pouring what she needs. She's drinking what she needs. She's just doing such a good job with execution. And it's really... nice.
She keeps moving. I mean, we've seen this pattern again and again and again. She slows to this teeny tiny little jog up on her feet, but she keeps moving. It's not like she stops. I think once or twice, okay, there, she made a liar of me. She's just stopping to get a couple more cups, but she keeps moving forward. And then as soon as her foot, and we're going to see it now, again, she's earned the right to take her time through here, and it's serving her well. As soon as she passes that last table of the aid station, she accelerates right back up to speed. Just such poise, such professionalism from a rookie.
You said it, Dee, and as I come back on course, Daniela Playmail from Germany, who is a one-time contender in that chase pack, sitting out at mile 13, calling it a day. So she's on the sidelines. If she jumps back up, we'll be surprised, but she's out of contention right now, getting from news from our spotters out on course and our super staff and super supporters. So back with Chelsea Sodaro. Folks at home, I wonder if you're on Ironman.
She was my dark horse for this race, but coming in as a rookie, I didn't know that she'd put it together right away, but she really is showing that she's done her homework. She walked the aid stations, a couple of them, slowed down and made sure she got all the aid necessary. She's handling this like a veteran.
No, absolutely. And I mean, second Ironman ever, and the aggressive move to get out early, I think, is what did this race for her, right?
Well, I think all day she was where she needed to be in the swim, had a really great swim onto the bike. She bridged it up right away. When you see an athlete, she had kind of a slower transition, and then she nailed it, bridged it up, and then she had strong legs on the bike all day. she busted out of transition and really let the girls know she was meant business, and yeah, she's doing it.
Still absolute game face. Doesn't look over at Miranda Carfrey, who's had one of the fastest run time ever out here.
I think that might be in jeopardy.
She's going to be pretty darn close, but good sign. We just heard from course that she missed some water and was like flustered and was like very focused on making sure she got it. That's a good sign, right?
It's a good sign, except I heard she was a little angry. Anger is not a good sign, but she did have the presence of mind to stop and actually get what she needed. She has a 5-6 minute lead right now. She doesn't need to do anything silly. She just needs to be smart and get herself to that finish line. The land of dreams.
Yeah, the land of dreams. I thought you liked to race angry.
I do race angry, like for the minute in the start, but then you got to be calm, Matt. You can't, like, too much anger means maybe you're bonking. Like, usually, if there's anger in this stage, you need another gel.
If you get the emotions, that's the first sign, right? But look at this, nothing. That's a huge sign. And again, guys, I think she's got it. What are you most impressed about in this race today? Doesn't have to be Chelsea, but it probably is.
It probably is. Yeah, obviously, Chelsea Sodara's just everything has gone her way today. I'm sure she'll at the press conference this afternoon be like, how did I just do that? But she has been a phenomenal athlete over the 70.3 distance. She had some struggles coming back after having her little girl, Sky. Her daughter's actually here. She'll be waiting for her at the finish line, so there are going to be some magical moments for that family at the finish line with the little one.
Yeah, and not anything to overlook. I'm just remembering, and I don't want this, a lot of penalties have come into the race today. And I remember when I was next to her early, I said, Chelsea's the one that's giving like an extra 3 or 4 meters. She was the one that was riding really smart. So the last thing she wants is a penalty. And again, it seems like every move that she's made in this race has been that of a veteran.
Yeah, honestly, I think she's a student of the sport. She really has studied this sport. She's watched all the highlight reels. She kind of, as much as she can, knew what she was getting in for. And she has done one Ironman. So she, the distance wasn't the thing. It was more about the elements and racing with this World Championship field. I mean, obviously she raced Paula Phillip. My brain's not working. Laura Phillip. And obviously that was a phenomenal performance. Probably, aside from this, the performance of the year, I think, for Ironman racing. And so she got a taste of the best in the world right there, and that was her target.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fun. We can all look back now and sound smart, being like, she showed it.
Yes.
Right? We all knew it, but none of us had it in our books. If you had it in your books, it's a big payday for you today, right?
Yeah, I think so. If you did, you're smarter than us, and you should have our job.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to book back so we can get back in time for the finish line, but we can't say how impressed we are with Chelsea Sodaro, the rest of the women's field, but a big gap to them.
Well, I tell you what, you guys are awesome. No kidding aside here. I really almost want to come back to you. If you have to go, you have to go. But I just have to know when Lucy Charles Barkley goes by, because right now I'm betting on her to hold second place. You guys, she's holding her off against all odds. If they're close enough, hang around and tell me, because it's really exciting in a battle for second. What do you think?
Yeah, so we still have a bunch of athletes rolling through here, a bunch of age groupers obviously on the way out still. We see the men that started later starting to catch some of the women out on course, but primarily it's so fun to see all these women at the front of this race.
It really is a lot of fun to see the women being really showcased today. We're seeing a lot of age groupers come in. We actually still can't even see Annie or Lucy or Annie on the horizon yet. So, I mean, I'd love to hang out, but we can't see them yet. So it's still probably 2 minutes away before they're going to come by us.
Okay, enough said. I get that, and I appreciate you indulging me. Great stuff, you two. We'll see you at the finish line. In the meantime, our overhead shots, of course, provided by Qatar Airlines. They are giving us a nice look at the legend here, Anna Haug, a one-time winner of the race, trying to get second place today. And I just feel like she's faltered on the push.
Yeah, I was going to say, we saw her pushing, we saw her on the hunt, but you can see visibly, and granted, she is running uphill a little bit, but yeah, that assault has slowed considerably.
And I wonder this, because look how close it is. Look, anything could happen. Maybe Lucy Charles Barkley has also recognized that the shoulder-to-shoulder running is inevitable. Maybe Anna Haug has realized that, but they're cresting this hill that this aid station where it made Chelsea Sodaro angry to miss a water, which I love that. Good for her, because she knew it was important. But there's now 21 seconds at the last check. They are closer now, Dee Dee, but it's just what if there's GI distress? Okay, someone has. What if right now Anna Haug is already at 100%? And so I don't know, but I love it because this race has continued to deliver us unanswered questions, exciting racing. Laura Phillip is rolling through still strong. She was out. She's in fourth place. She's 5 minutes out of the race. That woman has continued to impress. This man here at the finish line rolling across in 8:15. Think about that for a second. He only used his arms today, so that's a big, big effort, and the smile tells it all. So Austrian athlete across the line. We talked about him earlier, so great stuff. Actually, 7:57. I mean, at this point, she's about 1.6 miles still to go. You're a mile and a half at the base of Polani. It is a long stretch, but I do believe with everything that's inside of me that once you hear the sound and the music of the finish line, you just start to float a little bit. And there's that magnetic pull. Look, Polani, still getting aid, still doing her thing. This is a formula that has worked. Why stop now?
No, absolutely, and she's got the cushion to be able to do it. We can see the legs are not feeling so sprightly anymore, and that is the understatement of the year. This hurts. She's winning the race, but this still hurts incredibly.
Maybe, look, she stops in aid station. So, okay, what I still see, and this is, I'm just going to continue to throw some praise at her. There's still a quick turnover, nice snap, quick contact time. 6:30. Again, she ran out onto a Leahy Drive, out of transition at about 6-minute pace. We saw some 6:20s, but I don't think I've seen her significantly over 6:32 pace, except for some funny timing mats that may be surrounding an aid station not very long. But this is a phenomenal performance. Again, the history here, a rookie winning on debut and an American in the first ever all-pro women's day of racing here at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. And you're right, she's definitely hitting the brakes right now. That's so good. But at the end of those cones that are color blue, Hoka style, she's going to make a hard left onto the Kuakini Highway and begin that final approach to the last two right turns, Hualalai and Ali'i Drive. And really, here it is. When you come around this bend, so just straight down that road is the finish line.
She's rolling.
Yes, and you can hear it. Now that you're starting to hear it warming up, everyone is ready for her. Everybody's favorite person right now is Chelsea Sodaro. Everyone that's everyone that's hearing her is appreciating this effort.
That right there, that I believe is Donna Smyers, that she just ran past, who, again, just tying it all together. Karen Smyers, the last American to win here at the Ironman World Championship. Hopefully we're going to see her. She is there supporting her athletes. Hopefully we see her at the finish line to welcome the next American to win this race across the line. Chelsea Sodaro on debut. What a day for this rookie.
With less than a mile to go, the last split for Chelsea Sodaro, you called it, 6:32. She continues to impress. What's this going to be, a 2:52 marathon or something like that? Or does it matter? 8:30 something and change. She's going to be our new VinFast Ironman World Champion. And again, overhead shots coming to you courtesy of Qatar Airways, and now back into the mix with her. Look at this crowd and how unique the female spotlight is shining bright today. Everyone is cheering for this. Everyone is screaming Chelsea's name.
And again, we saw her blow a kiss to her husband. We have not seen her crack a smile. When does the smile come? Does it come to the turn on Ali'i Drive? She's not letting herself have it yet. I think she's enjoying the moment, but she's not letting herself have it yet.
You know what, Didi? She's still breathing through this. She's running 6:30, so it's still hard. That's what I'm seeing here again. I don't see Anna Haug in that close foreground of that long shot.
Yep.
That just means that, again, perhaps this extension of Lucy's gap has continued. At the last check, I'm still seeing a scant 23 seconds. So not a lot between them, but things are looking good for Lucy Charles Barkley fans, for her to hold on to that second position, because it's maybe a little bit of what Rennie said. Oh, Michael, they're just trying to get to the finish line. It's just survival here. Don't compete anymore. Your podium, let's just get it done.
And she is getting it done as we see her trudge her way up this hill. Again, it's absolutely brutal to finish a race of this magnitude in this manner with a really hard, grinding, long uphill to the turn down Polani that's gonna smash the quads. But Lucy Charles-Barkley, she certainly knows what's coming. She stood on the second step of the podium so many times before. I think she hoped that today might be her day. It's been quite a year for her. She had that horrible injury in her hip, the fracture that could have ended her career. I think the fact that she was even able to compete here is super exciting.
Now, dangerously close here as she's cresting the top of that hill too.
Now.
And she does look back into the fight where maybe, just maybe, what I said 45 seconds ago is right to the trash bin, because she does look like she's locked on radar and said, you know what? Nah, I won this race. I'm going to come in second if I can't win it again.
She does look good. Her form has sort of re-engaged. She's driving forward a little bit better. Again, this is an uphill section, not easy. She still has eyes on Lucy Charles-Barkley. I am not comfortable for Lucy Charles-Barkley at this point in the race. In this next section, again, that downhill, it's dangerous. That you can cramp, you can seize, anything can happen between here and the finish line, and this race is still very much on.
Here we go, and looking at these final segments here to cover. This is it right here, is when she makes that final right turn. Chelsea Sodaro is on a lead drive, and she is making her way home. We continue to mention, and we did mention this before, that Paula Newby-Fraser, representing USA in '96, took out that title, and so we do have Karen Smyers, also our last U.S. born finisher. We're splitting hairs here. The point is, it has been well over 2 decades since we saw an American take the crown here in the women's race. And today, with style, Chelsea Sodaro has not looked back, literally or figuratively, as she is coming down the storied Elite Drive, about to approach the banyan tree and all her glory.
You know, in conversations with friends, I had asked sort of rhetorically, where are the American women in long distance triathlon racing? And here they are. This is it. Chelsea Sodaro. She is winning on debut. The rookie. The future is bright for Chelsea Sodaro.
And Didi, we just about 6 hours ago, we talked about the changing of the guards.
Yes.
And so right now, with a nice high five and starting to really absorb it, not for everyone, these are special high fives, still starting to gradually see maybe the signs of a smile breaking, but barely.
Yeah.
So folks, you all have to stand up where you sit, wherever that may be, on whatever platform you're watching this, and give credit to the soon-to-be champion of the VinFast Ironman World Championship. This, my friends, is Chelsea Sodaro, and she is coming home to be your brand new champion. Debut performance, incredible, Chelsea Sodaro. .51:45 closes out the day for Chelsea Sodaro on debut, winning the VinFast Ironman World Championship in a time of 8:33:46. Incredible stuff here today. We saw her come across the line champion, and within 7 minutes of the best we've ever seen on this course. What a show for the rookie.
I don't think she believes it herself. Again, we've yet to see a real smile. It almost is disbelief. I've seen her say, oh my gosh, several times. I don't think she believes it herself.
Well, I tell you what, seeing is believing, and you and I got to sit through this with thousands and thousands upon tens of thousands around the world. We got to see that title taken by the rookie. Once again, the title goes home to USA, and it has been a long, long time since we've seen that Great Britain, Germany, Switzerland have dominated in recent years, and now USA puts their name in the ring here. We've got Lucy Charles Barclay, promised. She won as an age group athlete. She came in here as a pro and got second again. Now we're seeing the 4th runner-up finish for this woman. It does look to be possible now where we do not have Anna Haug on her shoulder, and I do believe she will will herself to get her 4th second place. Didi, this is a bright,
fantastic performance. And literally, even 2 months ago, I think she was still a question mark for this race. So the fact that she's here and will stand on the second step is truly extraordinary.
What consistency, folks, as we watch from all around the world as Great Britain continues of ever-present top finish form here at the Ironman World Championship. Lucy Charles Barclay, this is really incredible. There it is, the famous banyan tree straight on in front of you. And as you get to that point, Elite Drive bends a bit to the left, and so do runners who are coming in here soaking it up. I truly believe this is one of the most special couple 100 meters in all of sport. Any sport we have, there's just a tradition and energy and mana that comes to you from all angles when you're here. Go, Lucy, go.
And a great smile from Lucy Charles Barclay. I think she does appreciate the fact that she was able to race here, and I think she's got to absolutely celebrate that.
And we'll give it up here, hopefully soon, to Mike Riley. His retirement year, certainly not anywhere near retirement. Lucy Charles Barclay, only 30 years old and coming in here in fine fashion. 29, actually, I believe. But look at her go, LCB, rocking for GB. This is amazing. Congratulations. What a beautiful show. You're back, and we're glad to have you. And that is a tight finish there for Anna Haug, one-time winner, now 3rd place. Getting it home with a lot of high fives, and I really love the style. I love the grit, and I'll let her come home with Mike Riley.
World champion, 3rd place in the
Such fast racing. 2:57.57 for Anna Haug on that marathon. 2:51.45, by the way, for our winner with Lucy Charles. 3:02 in the middle. A true battle. I mean, wow. There she came in right at the camera. Don't get to that beautiful smile right away. I was soaking it up here. The winner of this race. And Didi, this is what I'm talking about. Job well done. You just want to stop.
You left it all out on the race course there. You can see it just trying to cool herself off immediately to the ground. Sometimes you just have to stop moving and take a minute.
And so from our standpoint, some of our favorites did what we thought, including these two in 2nd and 3rd. They came in and they delivered. We're still waiting on some of our other favorites. Laura Phillips should be in next. We have also Daniela Reith out on course doing a great job. And then some of our perennials, we're looking still for these top 10 finishers, the likes of Laura Siddle from Great Britain and other contenders that we want to keep an eye out for. Lisa Norden, by the way, really continued to impress. Her first Kona, and she was in 5th place heading up the big hill. Fenella Langridge has kind of yo-yoed back and forth, but continuing in 6th place. Crowley, guess what? Penalty Schmedley, she's still in that top 10, as is Sky Monch. So let's just stay here and continue to watch this podium celebration, but also be ready for those behind to come across the line and celebrate glory, celebrate themselves here at this beautiful finish line, VinFast Ironman World Championship here in Kona, Hawaii.
And you see some of the emotions starting to come out now. It's gratitude for racing there. It's a little bit of a bittersweet what if, but I think she's just got to be so pleased that she's back and healthy. The future obviously is bright. She's got to be shaking her head a little bit, like, come on, man, second place again. But after all she's been through, what a performance.
And I just think that is it's incredible. It's really just impressive to look at a string of second places, 0 break in that record, right? She turned pro and she has just gotten second every time. The only time she didn't was when she was not here and there was no race, right? So 17, 18, 19, and here, some great stuff as we watch Anna Haug, our former champion, our defending champion, standing up off the ground. Some great stuff. These women gave us one of the best shows I've seen, Didi, in a long time, and we've watched a lot of races here in Hawaii.
That was a bit of a head fake there. Lucy Charles-Barkley went to sit down. They're like, no, not there. That's not fair to do to someone halfway squatting into a sit after a full Ironman, but she handled it like a pro and just taking a moment to herself there to perhaps reflect. Again, I think there's some tears of joy and some tears of sadness, and they are the same tears for Lucy Charles-Barkley. Again, she's got to be just so grateful to have been here and to be able to turn in that performance. But at the same time, it's a tough road and another second place. But hey, second place in the world, I wouldn't be complaining too much about that.
I have to say, too, even though I don't feel like Mike Riley needs much recovery, he's there headlining that Hyperice recovery zone at the finish line, and we are going to get to hear from him and our top 3 finishers, ultimately more, but I give him a hard time as we rush on. Here's words.
Yeah, you know what, at the start of the year, I didn't think I'd be here, so to actually come in second, I can't actually believe it. Like, it's just gotta work hard, never give up, and when things aren't quite going to plan, just have some patience, believe in yourself, and you can get back.
Well, it's not like you held back out there. You seemed to push it hard on the bike, went out on the run past Daniela early on the run and kept pushing it. That was the game plan?
There wasn't really much of a game plan, to be honest. I knew the caliber of runners behind me, and I knew I had to go out pretty hard if I wanted any chance of staying near the front. And yeah, I just had to keep digging, do my own thing, and yeah, still can't believe I held on for second.
Well, seeing you post and everything with the injury this year, you've got to be very proud of yourself.
Yeah, you know what, I'm proud of myself, but I'm so proud of the team of people around me. I can't thank them enough. The team in Austria, the Red Bull squad, for getting me back here and believing in me. They taught me to walk again so that I could run, and we did it. We got back on the podium.
You did. Lucy Charles-Barkley back on the podium. Annie, I know you're having a little tough time right now, and like always, you pushed it very hard on the run and caught a lot of people. Coming from behind is tough, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I burned my candle a bit too much on the bike, and there was not much left for the run, but I tried my best, and it's pretty hard for the mind to run like about 30 Ks behind Lucy and just 30 seconds, and every person telling you, oh, she's just in front of you, and yeah, I see her, but I can't do anything. And yeah, it's tough. So I give it all, and that was it, and I'm very happy with my third place.
You should be happy with it. Third place. Winning this race in 2019, the places don't seem to matter as much as the performance and what you pushed yourself through, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I had 3 long course races this year with 2 World Championships, and getting in every single World Championship on the podium, I think it's quite an achievement I have to be happy with. To win, every piece of the puzzle have to fit together, and Chelsea just was amazing today. Congratulations for an amazing performance. So she was outstanding and a very well-deserved win.
Well, I know your home country, Germany, is very proud of you with the performance today.
I hope so. I gave my best at least.
Anna Haug, Lucy Charles-Barkley. In a minute, we'll do the podium presentation. One more time for second and third right here.
I might come up just to get a shot of the car. But you're like this. Put your hands, please.
With the medal and heritage song with the leg. She hails from Bunker Hill in Great Britain. Her name was 84137. Welcome, 29-year-old Lucy this first time, Kona participant. She swam 54.47, rode 4:42.06, capped it off with a 2:51.45 run, 8 hours 33.46. She's from Philadelphia, California. She is the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Champion.
I'm gonna go on the ground and put your ladder. Yeah. Go help.
With the flowers, very soft.
What a great display here today at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Brand new winner, a brand new champion representing the United States. She's a first time competing here and she took out that title. Exciting stuff. Very, very good show for Chelsea Sodaro. And then as we look over to her right, we'll see once again Lucy Charles Barclay, the second place getter today. Some impressive and very consistent racing for the athlete representing Great Britain over the last 4 years now. And then what about Laura Phillip giving everything she had and being disgruntled by the fact that she couldn't close that 30-second gap, but still going for it for so long, representing Germany. International podium, emblematic of our International Day. The women really put on a great show today, and that is an understatement, Dee Dee. They delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. Lisa Norden in 5th place, again, serving a penalty. Fenella Langridge ran so hard, 3:16.30, coming in 6th place. So amazing performances, amazing battles, such tough women out there, so inspiring for everyone to see. We've got some veterans and a bright, bright future with our women's champion, Chelsea Sodaro.
For sure, and it is just the beginning of our champions coming across the line, these superstars, I should say, the likes of which 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th place get those wonderful and coveted spots, top 10. You leave this season, you head into the next, having that top 10, it is really invaluable. It gives the athlete confidence to keep going in the sport, pursue those top 3 steps. So great stuff here. I want to remind everyone that this show is going to continue. If you want to watch people, there will be a version of a live show. You can watch folks finish a camera. Meantime, we're going to head on down to Mike, who's with Chelsea Sodaro.
This will be on the TV show. Chelsea Sodaro, an Ironman championship in your very first Kona. You've got to be very proud of yourself.
You know, my mind is a little bit blown right now. But, you know, I think that this is the, you know, culmination of things being right in my life and having perspective. And, you know, this is freaking incredible. But the greatest gift at the end of the finish line is my little 18-month-old.
Sky, your little 18-month-old. I love that when she was here. She is here. And I can tell with your life it's all about family, and they give you the strength and the perseverance and the passion to be able to do what you do.
You know, this is a real family operation. I don't have a super big, flashy, you know, team around me, but I have an incredible team. And, you know, my dad has sagged every single ride the past month. My mom has taken care of my daughter because childcare has been really hard to find. And my husband is a Reno firefighter, and making this work is just really freaking hard. So this is for them.
Come here. Come on. Come on. She wants mommy's lei.
Every single visit to the Ironman World Championship for Anna gets her a podium. She's on 2019 Ironman World Champion. Just had the podium for Chelsea, for Lucy, and for Anna.